Hey guys, how's everybody tonight? Hopefully everybody's having a good night. I got a new book in. It's a pretty good one. It is an American Jurisprudence, Legal Forms 2D, State and Federal. And it goes highways, streets and bridges, homestead, hospitals and asylums, motels, hotels, motels and restaurants, housing laws, husband and wife, improvements to realty, infants. It's pretty cool. Um, I haven't really looked at it too much today. I've been doing so much. Um, Things are rolling though. Things are still going in a positive direction. We're winning. Um, so I'm fascinated in this book here where it's talking about infants because that's what they got us as. And it says in here like how we can actually in the minor state, infant state, contract and how we can make our instruments go through. Um, let's see. Contract of minor, purchase of necessaries, retail installment contract with scope of Consumer Credit Protection Act. You have to give this cash price, cash down payment, trade in. I'm good. How are you? Anybody have any good news going on this week? I've had a lot of stuff happen this week. I've kind of got to wait until I start talking about it, but lots of stuff happening right now. Well, shoot. If anybody wants to come up in the box, you're more than welcome to. So, y'all, did y'all know? Okay, so this is how kind of I got started here on TikTok. I was known as the uh, the rabbit hole queen, okay, because I find the weird shit. Did you guys know that back in the early 1900s, they actually used to ship children through the post office? Or did you know that they're they actually at the Grand Canyon still deliver the mail by mule? Or did you know that the largest desert in the world is Antarctica? Hello, Joe. Like what? But now here's another one for you. The longest mail route in the world is 219 miles. Somebody drives or goes 219 miles daily for their post office route. And also, there's a post office at the bottom of a lake. It's in like Wisconsin or something. How is that possible? I guess it's like those lakes and rivers under the lakes and rivers, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of. But I was listening to something earlier talking about all this stuff, and the post office, they their shortest route is 12 houses. I don't know, it's just crazy. But they're having like a contest right now on TikTok. It's a to make videos about did you know? And I swear I came up with that. I'm the only one ever. No, but I I went and had me a postmaster stamp made. So now I am affixing it on all of my documents, um, as well as, my notary seal, and then obviously like actual another notary, not me. Um, I just turned in a bunch of stuff today. I sent off so much stuff. I was at the post office for like an hour standing at that counter while the lady sat there and signed my firm mailing book and all that shit. It was kind of really time consuming, honestly. There's got to be an easier way, but I'm sure that'll come with like how we figure it out. Um, I was looking into land, so I've been going through the process on sam.gov to get registered, and that is where you can um hold on. So that is where you can get contracts and grants and, other federal government assistance is
I'm in some worksheet now, Mom.
through that sam.gov account. And it gives us access, like I said, to all of these government contracts and whatnot. And they have so much land on there, guys. Like, I couldn't even believe it. Like, just like one person that I was talking to, like, I guess a realtor or a land seller, or whatever you call them people. Um, he was like, oh, I've got 200 acres here. I've got 170 something here. And I'm like, what? How is there that much? And it was all in like one county that he had all that. Makes you stop and think like how much of our land is like empty. How are you guys?
Hey, girl, long time no speak.
I know. I was looking for your number. I called Pyrrha the other day. I had told her like I had to
Yeah,
kind of step away for a second because I had hit a spot where I'm like, okay, I don't know how to go any further. And everybody was kind of like looking to me for answers, and I just had to take a step back to figure out the
yeah,
rest of
that's
the
what I
process.
started doing. I that wasn't on a lot of lives. I was just listening places and watching videos from one ssf.com, if you know what I mean, because I can say it
Yeah.
on here. And like I was
Yeah.
watching his videos, taking notes, and then with Joe, the guitar guy too. He helped me with some stuff, and then just kind of like bits and pieces for everybody. But I feel like, I mean, because it takes a bit to see something, so I'm like, let me wait and see before I start talking on it.
Right. And that's really, I mean, I went into the post office thing like I wanted to share as much as I could, and I still do. But the thing of it was, is I was learning that like people's accounts, when they were getting messed up, they were kind of blaming me. Not everybody, but
Yeah.
it was like it was on me to fix it. And I mean, shit, my account was suspended too. Like,
Yeah. No,
what do
I
you
called them.
mean?
They'll help you. They have a 1-800 number. Like I haven't opened it again, but it's like on pending right now still. It's been stuck on there, but they're like, we'll walk you through it. We'll Zoom and we'll help you with it. Like this is from EPS. They have a 1-800 number and they'll walk you through it. So
Oh
like they
yeah.
can literally walk you through it. So there's like no reason, you know?
Well, I've noticed that I have better luck whenever I email them. I seem to get people
Yeah.
that have no clue what I'm talking about when I call.
Yeah.
But whenever I email them, it gets to the right person. It's more like the email is for the private sector and the phone is for the public. It's what it's feeling like.
Yeah. That's what I got out of it too.
Because like I don't have good luck when I call. I don't get anybody that knows what I'm talking about.
When you email them and you tell them to call you and what your available times are, that's when they actually call you. And it'll be from like a scam likely number, but it's them. They'll tell you who they are. So when I email them, I say, call me. I'm only available on these days or on these time slots. And they'll email you back, okay, I'll call you at this time, and walk you through it. And I'll even ask them, if I go to my post office, will the postmaster be able to help me? And they're like, no, depending where you go, they can't help you.
Yeah, they don't know.
And but when they told me like, we'll help you, I'm like, okay, I'm getting somewhere.
But I want to give everybody something really good that I found out today. So I know for me personally, I was really struggling with how to process, like to initiate the ACH transfers. I'm like, how do I initiate them? Because like I couldn't figure it out. And you can actually do that directly with the post office.
Dang. I just
And
opened Showbox too to see if that'll help. Does that even help? Because I opened it with what is it, mailbox.com or something. Supposedly when you open it, it's like kind of it's a digital mailbox that partners with UPS and USPS. And
oh
I just
yeah,
paid
yeah,
for the
yes,
year.
that's good. That's good
And that was
because
the easiest. Because they
what
say
we
if you
have
don't
to
have that, you can't separate yourself completely.
well you have to we have to get a third party processor to do the verification, the document verification online because they no longer accept like the written transaction statements. It has to be the electronic.
That's what I'm getting from other people too. And I was like, let me just open this and I'm going to pay for the whole year, even if I'm broke, because at least I know it's not going to be coming out of my bank account every month.
Right?
And me and Pira already got the funds from your stuff.
Yeah.
So that came to us pretty quickly. So thank you for showing up.
Oh, of course, of course. I would
And
never
like,
not.
I know I don't think that of you at all. If I did, girl, I would have not even be talking to you. No, I don't think that at all. And when we did it, it came from a good place, you know? And I was in a place where that wasn't affecting me. Like right now, we're struggling because my husband's job always slows down right now. But even that, like if I believe in my good karma. I believe in my Father God, who's gonna help us out, and He's
And I
been guiding me
promise
through this whole
you,
process.
I have a big appointment tomorrow. I can't say more,
Yeah.
but it's so big. I'm driving a state away.
Wow. I'm proud of you. Hey, we told
So,
you. Me and Pira told you we're your sisters forever, girl. I
yes,
mean, we
and
didn't do the crazy shit we did
I
and
called
not come
her
out.
like 2 days ago. I was like, "Hey, Pira," because I just had to shut down from the world for a minute because I was just so overwhelmed with everything. I'm trying to,
Hey, that's God, girl. That's God. Sit silent and be still. That's when He'll
hmm
talk to you.
I'm trying to navigate like my daughter. She's missing her dad and trying to do all
Mm,
this, and then I'm trying to like get him home, but I'm trying to like, you know, crack this code and very, it was a lot, but I took some time and I got in some books and it makes a lot more sense to me now. Um, because I was really struggling with like the book that I have, the Boats and Hose book. Um, it's talking about like electrification and mineral contracts and this and that. And I'm like, I don't get it. I didn't get it. And I was stuck on that for like a week and a half. And it made sense to me after um, inquiring about like a printer, one of the postal printers, and they hook up
mm.
through like Ethernet and you get the electrification through the it's the circuit. It closes the circuit. So we're having a miss right now where we are trying to perform these transactions and the currency isn't flowing to us. It's missing us. So there's a disconnect there. And when we get the electrification contract with the third party to, get the postage, like your postage meter,
I
um,
get you. Yeah.
and then you get your contract over your minerals, which what are your minerals? That's your gold and your silver and your precious metals, right? So you get these contracts and then you are recognized as solvent, and then your negotiable instruments have to be honored at that point
Mm.
because you've got the electrification that closes the circuit and then you've got the solvency that brings it all together.
Yeah.
But I had to like really step back and think on that, and it took me a minute to get to that thought.
Mm.
But I think that we are definitely on the right track with the post office. I've I wish I could say more on here, but I have had some wins this week, like big wins.
Good for you. I'm very happy for you. Your winning is my winning, even if I haven't won yet. Because like that's what this community is supposed to be about. Uplifting each other.
Absolutely, and
Because
even if I
we're not doing anything easy. This is like some crazy shit we're doing. This ain't no normal
absolutely,
people. What is it? The meek will be the wealthy, and the wealthy will be impoverished. Right?
right,
God's people claiming back what was rightfully theirs. Give back to
exactly.
Caesar what Caesar's.
That's exactly it. We
We don't need those funny money notes. Just give me my damn credits and I'll turn it into something tangible.
will give me the real shit. I want the gold and the silver because the gold's
Yeah.
the connection to the ether.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's how, the astral, the metaphysical, I made a document the other day and I love it. I made it, actually, I think it was like last night, but talking about like, hold on, I'll read it because it's so good. I like writing these forms. I know that's nerdy, but I actually posted this form on my Telegram. Um, so it is, wait, it's a affidavit of declaration of nationality. And then I said, I affirm that my identity is formed through the confluence of biological, environmental, and cosmic elements. My birth is in Louisville, Kentucky, establishes my earthly origins, while the particulars that constitute my being are derived from the same celestial bodies that govern the universe. Declaration. I affirm my origins from the earth where I was born and from the cosmos, from which all life emerges. My essence transcends artificial constructs of nationality, which are delineated by man made borders and geographic distinctions. As an individual formed from the, from the stardust, my existence is linked to universal energies and natural forces. I acknowledge that while I participate in so, social 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 constructs, my national identity is rooted in my connection to the earth and the stars, rather than any local, national, or international governance structure. I assert my inherent right to self determination, free will, and autonomy. I affirm that my life, actions, and existence are governed by natural law of the earth and of the cosmos, not by any political authority. I reject any claims to authority over my being by external governmental systems or entities as a sovereign individual. I claim the right to live in accordance with nature, order, and unbound by the artificial limitations imposed by human made systems. I recognize that my sovereignty includes the right to choose my beliefs, relationships, and pathways in life while adhering to the moral and ethical tenets derived from the observing the natural world and universal law. I recognize my right to live freely and according to my own truth, in alignment with the natural world and the universal laws that govern all creation. My experiences, memories, and relationships constitute an integral part of my identity, contributing to my understanding of life. I pledge to uphold my truth as a being born of both the earth and the universe, while fostering peace and harmony with all forms of existence. Legal notice of claim. Yeah, you get the point. It kicked you off. I'll add you back.
That sounds very, very nice. Did you do the passport thing already? Did you change like your status there?
Um, so I didn't do that, but I got a letter in the mail um right after I got out of jail and everything, and it said that my non-commercial driving privileges had been reinstated or had been, yeah, reinstated. And to me, non-commercial is private
Yeah.
because they
And
say that we're driving commercially and that's how they
yeah,
have that jurisdiction over us.
Department of Motor Vehicles literally means in commerce.
So the fact that my non-commercial privileges were reinstated was like a sign to me. Well, and I was talking to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said that that was a indication that I was moved to the private sector.
Oh, nice.
But it also said to check with the DMV to make sure that that like I'm actually in the private.
I would just send them a copy of that letter again, like certified with like maybe an affidavit saying stating that you've accepted that you are no longer under their jurisdiction or something. Like just like a
Yeah,
little statement like I got your letter, I agree, and you are correct.
I like that.
You know, just like the pin, the power of the pin. I'm like
Yes,
doing a lot of written things and just like, because then you have it certified and you know, like, hey, you sent me this and I sent it back to you as proof that I did in fact receive it. So there's no, if they ever come at you like you sent me this and you accepted it back as my confirmation that I received it.
and I'm gonna get that return receipt.
Yep.
And I went and had
So
a
that
postmaster stamp made.
that's nice.
I love it.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
like,
working. I'm trying to become my own nation. So
me
that'll
too.
be a whole
Well,
nother conversation. I already
I'm
have the name
becoming
and
my own
everything.
state right now.
Okay. Yeah, I want full diplomatic immunity because it's about to go down.
Mm-hmm. Better pay them easement taxes.
Hmm.
That right of way through passage. They can't, easements are a big deal in all of this, I think. And Lee, what was it that you were tariffs and
Yeah,
easements and
Trump's been talking
tariffs.
about Trump's been talking about tariffs, and I'm just curious as to like he says it a lot. So I'm kind of wondering like there has to be a reason because he just doesn't speak for his health.
Right. Everything he says is very much planned.
Hmm.
Yeah. And if you guys are in my Telegram, those two documents that I posted about the EPS, those are very, very good documents to read and get you where you probably want to go. Um, so much going through my brain tonight. I think the
You have a
Telegram's.
busy day tomorrow.
I know.
It's
How am I
cute.
ever supposed to sleep with this? Sheesh.
I don't know. I would most definitely thank the angels and the ancestors, and I
And
mean,
pray on
I
it.
don't
I'm just gonna
know,
pray on it. Everybody pray on it with me.
go outside underneath the moon and howl.
Oh,
Ow.
I'm trying to share the link to the Telegram, guys, and it is just not letting me. It's being a little turd. But it is open right now, so if you, it's Starseed Problems 22, on Telegram. You're more than welcome to join. I highly recommend that you spend a couple weeks on those documents because there's a lot in there. There's a lot in there. Ooh. But see, I was reading something earlier and it was talking about it was talking about postal property and how it's private property, but the roads belong to the post office, which makes all the highways private.
Mm-hmm. Somebody needs to tell the officers that.
Huh?
I said somebody needs to tell the officers that
That's what I'm saying because I mean, if you really look at it though,
because
it's
they think it's theirs.
it's private. That's a private area.
Private easement.
Yes, that they have to pay a tax on to travel through. But I think we're all supposed to be getting, I think the idea would be to get the tribal status and create your own state or, even go bigger than that, your own nation.
Mm-hmm.
And take control of that shit. Because I'm rescinding all the contracts and everything now. That's what I've been doing the last couple days is going through and putting them all on notice. And I did my notice of intent to to cash out, pretty much notice of intent to claim, and
It's
I gave them.
11:11, y'all. Or it's
It was
11:11
11:11
now.
an hour ago too.
Yeah, you saw it.
But I think we're supposed to go tribal, guys. I just do because you got the Bureau of Internal Affairs, but then you've also got the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They do all these letter play with us. Everything, they hide everything in these letters and then they change it all up. They're constantly changing it. So, like, you got your EPS, but then you got your um, RPS or something like that, your remittance processing service. So, it it's so confusing because it's like that in every sector. This computer is just not letting me do shit. But I'm trying to. But there has to be a way, though. I bet we're supposed to get contracts. I think we're supposed to get like some sort of highway contract to give us the rights over the highways. Maybe.
Starseed, look at your text messages. I just had a download. I'm sitting on this website still and I'm thinking, down
What?
the rabbit holes we go. But
What?
look at that. Look at what I just said to you.
I saw that. You think?
I feel.
Say less. That is so
And it
weird.
said, well, it's, remember I read it. It said it's going to credit it. It credits the account.
So what account though?
Whatever account you put in there. Cause I just put in my USAA and I just put in T-Mobile.
And there's a credit on the account now?
It accepted it.
Get out of here because I'm about to.
That's what I'm
Now, which
saying.
one are
So
you doing?
what do you mean? What form? Bill
Yeah,
pay. Bill pay.
gotcha. On the same website from earlier?
Yes. Yes. Because I'm wondering, it says that it credits the account, but it can't go over 25,000, right?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with that.
Me too. I don't need that for the year or the month.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
try it. I'm gonna try it.
so you can do 25,000 a day, right?
I don't know if it's I think it's the month. It's
Okay.
for the monthly bill.
Okay.
So I put in USAA and I did the whole amount for the year. And then in the little like comment area, I wrote for the year, you know?
Okay. I'm intrigued.
I'm gonna try
Me too.
it.
What's up, Lee? How you, Queen?
How are you
Over here writing away.
doing? Hell yeah. Mover and
She
shaker.
said it was the bill pay.
My damn hand hurts,
I know.
but it's worth it.
Yeah. The form. Oh, are you doing everything handwritten?
A lot of my stuff, yes.
Yeah, I do too. Ever since I started to handwrite stuff, things are moving quicker.
Yeah, I try to handwrite almost everything that I can.
Literally.
So the reason I keep pushing everybody to go tribal and get your, go that route is because that's kind of what we're talking about here. So there's a couple different government websites that once you get the proper standing and status, you can access government grants, government contracts. You can get assistance. Um, there's all these different opportunities, and it's kind of like you have a humanitarian plan. What are you going to do with the funds? How are you going to help the world, kind of thing? It can't. I mean, I don't think that it's like something you can just be selfish with. I'm pretty sure they like vet you and
Hmm.
um like I guess kind of like how we've been hearing for so long about like, and I'm not saying this is what it is, but like the Nasara Jasara thing and how you're supposed to have like your plan, how are you going to help the world kind of thing. And it's kind of all lining up with everything that we've heard so far, guys. I'm just saying like down to the T of how it was said that it would happen is kind of just what's happening. Um but I recommend everybody get on the ID Me and check out what's on there. There's lots of fun things. Without saying too much and getting in trouble, that's where I would be looking, guys.
Hmm.
And you do have to, like with any of this stuff, there's like authorizations, there's forms that you have to fill out first. And because actually whenever I did all of this stuff like a week ago, well, like a week or 2 weeks ago, um everything that I did was um like it was rejected, it was sent back. because I wasn't in the proper standing. But then I ended up filling out a few more forms, and like everything that had originally gotten kicked back went through.
Hey,
Now,
Star, you were right. You were right. It is. It says Treasury has mandated that the new maximum daily amount for each credit card transaction is $24,000.
I guess I can deal with that.
I know, meh.
I
Queen.
guess.
I mean, if that's per day, I mean that's fine.
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of bougie now. I only got $15 in my bank account, but I'm rich,
24,000 barely fuels your jet.
right? I mean, I'm getting a private island, and I'm gonna like be one of those places that has a post office underwater.
Hell yeah.
How is that even a thing? It literally says it's under the lake or something. Under the It's underwater.
That's because that's where all the aliens are.
I know.
Yep.
So they need to
Allegedly.
communicate. They need to. They need to send their USPS stuff too,
Hey, you gotta get communication somehow.
right? And they want to get it certified. That's why they're trying to cash in on them credits too.
Like y'all, my humanitarian plan has come so far over this last week. Like I went from just talking about it to like I'm going and looking at some land, like hundreds of acres of land. I'm um I've already kind of been talking to contractors that could like help excavate the land a little bit and like make it like a livable place where people could come and live, and we can build that community. We really haven't been going the wrong direction. Oh man.
Hey, Star, it didn't accept it. The bill number, it says it was invalid.
Oh,
Yeah, rude.
I'd try like your EIN or something as the bill number.
But then that makes me wonder too if we're supposed to be funding the accounts, could we draw down credits this way
Yeah, I'm sure we could.
to put underneath the EIN?
I'm sure we could. What alien what enemies Alien Enemies Act? I've not heard of that. And oh, I'm always looking for land patents. Actually, y'all want to hear something so freaking cool? So, my great grandmother, she's 91. She is from a small town up in the hills of Kentucky, the Appalachian Mountains, Estill County, Kentucky. And that just so happens to be where like 700 acres of this land that I'm looking at is. And my family, it was originally owned by the Waltons, and the Waltons is like my grandparents. And you mean to tell me that I have a chance to get on this land that my family had the original patent for, that I already know my family had the patent for? Don't let me get on there because I ain't leaving.
Yeah, your ancestors are helping you though, I feel.
Like, they're a definite, I say it all the time. I am divinely guided. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. I just know that that's what I'm supposed to do.
I don't have any more bills to put in here. I'm kind of like, what else can I do? What else can I put in this?
I do have ownership of that land, and I know that. I just have to go through it wouldn't be hard to prove um, my relation to them. because my 91-year-old grandma's still alive. And actually, so our family, because they have the Walton Cemetery down there, that my family, they still actually held on to that part of the land. Um, but I think it's like down to like my cousin, and she's old, old.
I wonder if I could do DoorDash.
For what?
Link that to this.
Oh, for what?
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying things at this point.
Here,
Sometimes trying.
Lee, I'll give you a couple bills. You ready?
Yeah. Yeah, I just need a bill number and then that's it. You type it in twice.
I got you.
But I think, Lee, you need to do your authorizations, and I don't know. I swear, I just need a camera on me at all times. Or a camera on my phone or whatever, so that I can trace back what I did. Because I get confused.
Well, tomorrow I'll do the IRS tribal thing and
Yeah,
get that.
that's definitely something I would highly recommend, because that's how you get access to all this shit.
Yeah, because we're of the land.
And I mean, y'all can just come in under my tribe too. It's not really my tribe, it's just a tribe that belongs to the people that is gonna help get us out from under that chokehold.
I'm part of that tribe all day long.
Hmm.
I'm ready to like really start building some cabins and the whole
Yurts.
thing.
I think yurts are so cute.
They are. I kind of want a round, like, I
Yeah,
don't
they're
want a
round.
square house.
Or what are they called? A-frames. A-frames are so cute.
If you're, Kels, if you're in my Telegram, there's several documents that explain it, especially the new EPS documents that I posted within the last couple days. Um, but you just need to connect it with your bank, and you need to email the MSSC and activate your account. But the steps are all in the Telegram group.
And by bank, you mean like a separate account outside of the
Correct.
post office. So like I could use like my trust bank account that I have with the credit union. Yeah.
I've got mine hooked up to Abound Credit Union.
Hey Lee, I don't know if you saw my message or not, but did you or my in the chat? Did you see my Telegram message?
No. Hold on. I'll look.
There's no rush. Just whenever you have a second.
Okay.
It was on the stuff that we were going over the other night.
My name on Telegram is the same as my name here, and it's open right now. Anybody can join.
Should set up the credit ACH side of it. I got the debit side set up already.
So you want to initiate the ACH. So you want to link up your bank account to it. Like you put your account number and your routing number where it says add ACH payment. And then it's going to do 2 micro deposits that you have to verify when they hit your account. But if you're talking like how do you make deposits, you can actually just go to the post office and do it. You can initiate the transfers at the post office.
Credit part.
What credit part?
That's what Raymond said. He said
That's
credit.
I see. I don't.
Oh no.
That is the credit part.
I mean, if it's ACH, it's gonna be credit and debit. It's ACH. It's I mean.
But it's coming out of your trust account, and we don't see the true balance of those trust accounts, guys. There's a whole private side that we haven't connected to yet.
With a lot of commas.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
Oh, do you hear my dog gagging?
No,
On
I
a side
didn't.
note, Lee, the whole process that you was talking to the guy in Orlando for, I found one here in town that I'm at, and I went today. But 2 hours before I got there, they got rid of the one and only vehicle that I wanted.
Oh my gosh.
I finally like they were on board with it, and I showed up today. I had an appointment for 5:30, and at 3 o'clock somebody walked in and took it.
Rude.
You
Yeah.
can initiate the wire transfer or the ACH transfer. You can also print your own checks with that account number and deposit it in.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to get me a house.
Mm-hmm. I'm about to.
I know. I'm right there with you. I'm trying to follow your steps, right behind your footsteps.
Hey, Star, me and Pierre might just fly over to you again, and we might just make this time we'll see Elizabeth in town outside of that building. Outside of that building we saw.
Yeah, we're gonna we'll actually get to go over stuff. But really, I mean, y'all got the hard part done. The rest of it's really a bunch of like activations and, setting everything up.
Yeah, because I just opened a Charles Schwab trust account. They just need my one of the pages like a notarized page I need to take to them. And I'm like, well, what do you need? And they're like, the one they give you from your attorney. I'm like, well, I'm my own attorney, in fact. And then I started spewing all sorts of other things. And they were like, well, do you have a business card? Because we have a lot of people asking about setting up trusts, and sometimes we don't know who to recommend. I'm like, no, I'm not a barred attorney. I'm an attorney, in fact, which means I'm not sworn to the magistrate.
Right?
I'm like, I didn't take any oath, relinquishing my rights to anyone. But
You
it
do
was
have
funny. They wanted me to like have a job there. They were offering me employment as one of their attorneys.
Oh wow.
I was funny. I told my kids I felt so smart. But no, I'm just trying to catch up on some of these bills. Dad says go through the back. I'm just gonna take care of some of these bills, and then I'll just tell Pierre, let's just fly over there again, and we'll just get some stuff done. Work on some other stuff too. And then maybe I'm gonna finish up some of the stuff that I got from Lee and we'll talk with Kim Marie, because that was like they really opened up they helped me out with some clarity. Thank you, Lee, from that
You're
last bit of
welcome.
talk.
That
Like,
process is fire. That
It
process.
it just totally just like answered a lot of things for me.
It did
But
me too, because I felt like for 2 years I was spinning my wheels with Verizon. But then once I came across those 3 forms I was in another group. And even when she rattled those off, I just had to have like a moment with my brain, like, oh my God, that's totally it. That has to be it. Because they don't have to do nothing for us. We're not even in the capacity. We're talking about status. We're not even in the right status as fiduciary over the contract that we signed.
Yeah, I
So
felt
So how are we supposed to make that authority kind of notion if we're not even sitting in that chair?
But I
Yeah, for sure. I was cool. I kind of get it now. I kind of feel like I understand a lot more. I thought I was starting to get it from not knowing anything. And I know some of you guys have been on this journey longer than me, but I started going into it 4 years ago. That's when I actually stopped paying taxes, was 4 years ago. And I said, okay, we're in fourth year. This is when they're going to start saying, you know, you can go to jail or whatever. They're going to start to mess with us. And sure enough, as I got into this more, that's when we started getting those letters and garnishing our bank accounts and all sorts of things. And that's when I started writing them letters like with the congressional record, why they're in fraudulent, you know, why they're committing fraud. And then I even sent a bill to the state of California. So let's hope I should be getting that soon. Like, hey, if you don't take care of this in 10 days, I'm going to bill you and I'm going to pursue this with a larger sum amount. And it's a demand to pay. I'm like, let's do
Did
it.
they? Did they pay
Well,
out?
it hasn't been the 10 days yet. It's only been 3 and I sent it certified.
Okay.
But I sent all the like legal stuff to back up what I said. So I think I've succeeded, but I don't know for sure yet until a few more days, and then I'll speak on it once I get that check. Because I make the check payable to this name, and it'll cover overdraft fees and all the bills that didn't go through, and it's not an overstate. It is not an over. What did I tell him? It's not an overstep to request such an amount that was provoked by your fraudulent actions or something. So something like that. But so I'm excited. I think it's gonna happen. I'm under the impression that it's gonna happen. So I'm super confident, even though I'm broke right now. But I know I'm really a millionaire. I just haven't tapped into it.
that's right.
So I'm okay.
Starseed, you know the website I'm on?
Yeah.
And it says Ginnie Mae application approval, Government National Mortgage Association, Ginnie Mae, and it says company name, street, issuer, contact, additional amount paid. I wonder if we could purchase a house through here.
Probably. Cause that Fannie Mae and Gannie Mae and Pappy Bay and all of that shit is, yeah.
I'm over here saying, "Hey, baby."
Right?
Wait,
Did that come to you, Lee? What I sent?
did you just send me something?
Yeah.
I did too.
Did you? Okay. I'm laying down with my computer in my lap, looking all over these forms because I'm like, this may be the ticket because it's literally coming from the Treasury.
Do you know how many days I've just sat here and clicked all the buttons on these websites and just
Literally, that's what I'm doing
literally
right
just
now.
sat here for hours and just clicked all the fucking buttons?
I can't hear you very well. Fix your
Sorry,
phone. You're fine.
that's the computer.
You sent me the website that I'm on.
Oh, so it didn't show you the actual.
No, 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 it didn't. But I'll search it. I can see what you sent me.
Hold on. No, you can't see this though.
The closing agreement?
Mm-hmm. It's a posting voucher.
Mm-hmm. But this application approval, I mean, this would be the way that this would be. Hold on. Shut your face. Oh my God.
Hold on.
Why does it look at what you just sent me and why does it say return reason?
Where'd you see that?
Look at what you just sent me on the screenshot.
I don't see a return. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I do.
Holy baby Jesus.
Okay, do you see it on this one? Hold on.
No, I see your screenshot.
Hold on. I've got another one.
We sound like we're being so cryptic and
And we're not.
like,
We're really not.
no, I just am sick of getting kicked off of TikTok.
I told y'all exactly where we were.
I was like, can someone text me?
No, it's
Right. Joe, do you have my cell number? Let me just give you my cell number because I don't check Telegram very often.
I don't have it.
Okay, I'll send it. Hold on.
Haley, you better send me your cell phone number too, so maybe we can get together with Star when me and Pira go see her again.
Lee doesn't live
This
in the
is
house.
look, hold on. Who am I talking to? Let me find you.
Alex, me, the crazy one that was on with the Kim Marie one, the one that went to go to Star a couple last time.
Okay, Alex, did you?
I think I messaged you once on TikTok, but we only chat on the lives.
Is your last name BAR?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, I'll find you.
Yeah, you'll find me. I'm on Telegram too. I'm in her Telegram,
That
and I'm on Kim, and I'm her out of her people. I'm on that one too.
I just gave you my cell.
Okay, cool. All right, ladies, I'm gonna go to bed. I have to teach a Spanish class tomorrow to a bunch of teenagers that probably aren't gonna listen to me, but I gotta go do that.
Good night, Alex.
All
I
right,
wish
good
I
night.
learned Spanish. I failed it twice in high school. I could
I'll help
cuss you
you.
out, but that's about it.
I'll make it. I make it fun. That's why they actually come out of their learning.
That's good.
All right, ladies, have a good one.
Right.
God bless, and Star, I'll be praying for
Bye.
you and your daughter with that situation. Okay,
Thank you. We'll be
Absolutely.
good.
Bye.
and we'll get together soon. Bye, ladies. Good night.
She's cute.
Okay, I don't see a return one on this one.
I can't hear you.
I said I don't see a
You know
return.
what? You did this on my birthday on 10/24 at 10/24.
How crazy. Do you see a return though? Because I don't see a return. I see that it completed.
No. It says payment amount, but on the website that I'm on, or this page that I'm on, it says company name, street, and then it says issuer ID, which I kind of wonder. I wonder if that would be like either the real estate agents. No, that wouldn't be that. Issuer's ID? Maybe it would be the trust. Ooh,
Maybe
issuer
what?
ID. I was gonna say maybe it would be like the trust. Did you get down to a payment amount and then additional information?
I didn't.
Where were you?
What is this? AFB MSA payment? Sounds like something I shouldn't touch.
Well, your rabbit holes normally turn out pretty good, so
Let's see. Um, NEH National Endowment for Humanities Grant Fund? What? What is this? Can I have some? It's National Endowment for Humanities Program
Did it
Income
give you a
General Fund.
code?
Huh?
Did it give you a code at the end of this transaction? Did it give you like a code or anything?
Yeah.
I mean, it gave you the tracking number. All I see is a tracking number, but it says agreement, payment, posting voucher. Closing agreement, payment, post voucher. I wonder if they send it to you.
I'm wondering
I
the same
wonder if
thing.
it's the voucher that I was tripping on earlier.
Do the numbers match?
The 670 voucher.
Acid rain program?
Yes, sir.
What? That's a thing, y'all. Acid rain program. What?
Okay,
I
so
believe it.
let's say that this application approval, government national. Okay, so I feel like the issuer ID would be maybe your mortgage number. Issuer ID number, the contract number.
Okay, so I think I see what you were talking about
Yeah.
with the food. Um, but I'm gonna
I'm gonna
try
send
it.
you. Me too. I was like, what is this?
What
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 is?
what could come from this? Nothing bad.
No, the only thing they can do is kick it back out and be like, nah, bitch, not doing that.
But I was hungry.
That's when you just respond to them, like, but do you know who we are?
Right.
Do you know who I am?
I told the cop that. I was like, you don't know who I am. And it came out of my face so effortlessly that I actually was like, I had to stop myself. And in my head, I was like, oh my God, like, shut up, Lee.
Um,
You drove off like, damn, that's pretty good.
I did. I was kind of impressed with myself because I felt like that was like some strength that just it just came out. Usually I'm not
I
that vocal,
I cried because I was a princess and I had a
right?
king size bed at home. That happened. I did that. I'm like, I don't belong here.
Okay, so if you're wanting to do the 501c3,
I did 501c4.
oh, okay.
If you look at into what they are, that one actually aligns more with our goal.
Ooh, that one, uh,
Ooh.
501A, section 521 talks about organization or organizing documents and any amendments, articles, incorporation, constitution, trust documents.
Ow.
Huh. Oh, wait.
Oh, okay. Um, what would the account number be? Oh, that would be the card number.
Hey, Joe, text me real quick and I'm going to send you a template. I just got your look on Telegram.
There's no way this is gonna work. Well, I don't remember that account number. Business. Sorry, I'm trying to see if this works. If this works, um, that would be insane. Um, I think it's going through, bro. Wow. Um, the first thing I would do would be um, get your trust EIN, get your non-decedent letters sent out, get started with the post office. Um, and you want to get that post office box to be on land. We don't want to be minors anymore. We want to be age of majority.
I can't hear you very well.
I said we don't want to be minors anymore. We want to be age of majority. Okay, so okay. It went through.
Did?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Here's one to look in for. The BIA
Uh-huh.
is the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. It says use this form to remit payments owed to the BIA as related to general collections such as bills for travel, transportation, government quarters rent, utilities, payroll collections. This is wild.
Hmm. If
Just slung me down another rabbit hole.
yeah, I'm gonna I guess take it easy and see how it goes.
Hmm. Yeah, I only did two of them.
And then if they go
So,
through, then we can like tell people what to do to
mhm.
get relief.
It says this form does not accept payments for trust, realty, power, irrigation. Remit payments owed to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Bureau of Indian Education, you choose how and when to pay. Flexible, safe, convenience. Okay, so I don't know if this is the same, but I just clicked the little drop down box and it says payment type. It says CAF, like the CAF number, funds reimbursed. So I'm kind of wondering,
Maybe.
CAF, it says CAF funds reimbursement.
We are working on going through and figuring out what all these um, ID Me apps are. That's what we've kind of been doing.
Yeah, it confirmed it.
What did?
I'm looking at what you sent me.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess whenever I heard about this CAF number, it was just like a identifying number. But obviously, every number that we
Yeah, they all mean something. And you got to keep
generate,
them written down and close to you because, like, you don't ever know when you're going to need it.
and then it says capital credit reimbursement. CAF funds reimbursement. I gotta look that up. Stop. There's actually a form
For what?
for the CAF number.
To do what with it? Is there a DD form? Ooh.
I felt like you you were like me earlier with that IRS number, damn it. I was like, I'm gonna find this. I'm
No,
gonna be in this
because
wrong.
there has to be that number on the bottom of the driver's license. It's a transaction. It's like a transmutal, whatever number. And yeah, there's got to be
Okay,
Ted
so this
Bundy.
makes what you
Oh my
find.
God. Oh my. So, what was I talking to you about earlier? Maybe it wasn't today, but whenever I was
I was
talking about how it's all a big game of capture the flag. That's why nobody knows anything because it's all on who can get that fucking flag, right?
it's like playing what is it, flag football? And the person has to hold
No.
the little flag and run across the field. All right, go on with your story. I'm sorry.
I just lost it.
Oh my God. Capture the flag. I'm
Shit.
sorry.
Give me a second. It'll come back to me because it was important. Oh, okay. So I was saying that it's all a game. Like, where's the we have the wartime flag or whoever, what's his name? He captured the wartime flag. So who captured where's the real flag? Because it's still out there. You use stamps to capture the flag. How do you do that? I'm intrigued. I'd like to know.
Okay, I don't think this is the right CAF number because it says Corrective Action Fund. And it says unobligated balance of the CAF as of June 30th. is like $1,979,000, blah blah blah.
The obligation of it?
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's the same thing. Corrective Action Funds, CAF. And it talks about petroleum released into the environments are responsible for cleaning up and contamination. So I don't feel like that applies.
I love watching Mark. Lots of knowledge, and they attacked him, and it wasn't fair.
Who?
The Mark Christopher, the
Oh yeah,
postal judge.
yeah. He's been coming across my for you.
You want the registered labels that you want. Is the ones with the barcodes on them. I do that always with the stamps. I always put them on my documents. But how does that capture the flag? I'm not following. They won't let them go in your area. What? Oh, they won't let those stickers go in your area. You got to order them online.
And the fox flag is the only stamp that has two strikes through the dollar symbol.
The only one ever.
I didn't know that. I just found that out. I was pretty like, huh.
It actually has gold inlay, or like gold in the letters. And it was also the first stamp to have the hidden images in it.
How much is that one? Isn't it like,
It's $1. It was a
is
98.
it?
But yeah, I have a couple of them. I'm just holding on to them for the right thing. I want to use them for the body of my trust. That's been my plan the whole time, to use the Red Fox stamp, the Morgan Silver Dollar, and the Federal Reserve, um, you know, registered note. From a reputable dealer or auction is where I would buy them from. You got to be careful because there's a lot of fakes. But yeah, I purchased them from a dealer on HiBid. It's an auction place. Um, but the dealer that I specifically bought from had like the light test to show that they were real, and I also had a black light, so I was able to check them out as well whenever I received them. Because you can always take like a black light to them, and the hidden image will pop out. Well, it'll be more noticeable than it was. Are you sure they're real though? Because that's pretty cheap for a red fox. I'm surprised they don't cost more than they do, honestly, because they hold so much value. But that's just like the Morgan Silver Dollar that holds so much value. People don't realize it. You know, the Morgan Silver Dollar they had the peace dollar as well, and they actually had a contract or an agreement that they had to honor, that 100 years after the last production of the Morgan silver dollar, they had to start minting them again, which is why we see this sudden surge of Morgan silver dollars. Again, that's why they're showing back up and appearing, because in 2021 they started minting them again. And they had to mint them exactly to the replica of the 1920s and 1800s Morgan dollars. Fun fact. Yeah, that's still cheap just for one. Those things are the things that actually have real value here, you can get very cheap, and the things that have no value are so fucking expensive. It doesn't make sense. Like, you could probably walk up to somebody and hand them, real money like silver, gold, and they'd be like, "Oh, I want the fiat. Give me the stuff that has no value." Because it's dollars and that's what they're used to. The hidden image on the red fox is like on the paw, it has a USPS. It says USPS, and then I think like on the ear or something like that, it says red fox. Yeah, everything is upside down. Like, we went into this alternate realm here, and we're like in between, getting ready to pop out on the other side. We've been stuck in the middle of a black hole. That's why all this pressure's been here.
My dog is gagging.
It's crazy. I'm hungry. I've been starving for days, and I usually don't get hungry anymore because I don't trust the food.
Me neither. Like I don't even really use my microwave.
Oh no.
Mm-mm.
But I do sometimes because I'm lazy too.
Now I go through days like I don't eat a lot, and then some days I go where I'm like eating all day. Like I'm just hungry. My body's hungry.
I'd
Yeah,
bring
me
y'all
too.
food, but I'm so far away, y'all would starve.
Y'all,
Oh,
I'm all the way in Texas.
I'm so anxious right now.
tomorrow I just want to be in your purse.
I'll
like,
like, I'll put the recorder.
please just call me and let me listen. I won't say nothing. I won't interrupt.
I'll put the little earbud in my ear so you can like tell me what to say.
I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is
But really, that
because,
would be a good idea because I like freeze up.
yeah. It's funny though, because like I used to do that with some of my pageant girls. Eh,
The IRS actually has a thing where you can get your CAF number through your business. It popped up on the screen yesterday and asked me. It was like, "Do you already have a CAF number you want to link, or do you need one?" I'm like, "Yeah, I need one. Thank you. I appreciate it."
Yeah, I put that on one of my forms to please assign one, but I haven't got one yet.
Well, no, like it was on the ID Me IRS website.
Oh,
Um,
damn.
yeah, it was one of the business. I'm telling y'all got to get into that ID Me. Like, go to the apps and shit that it's got, because there's probably like 7 different IRS portals. Um there's so many different portals on there.
it's wild.
Yeah, the 82 for, yeah, that sounds more about right. So I guess that's not really that far off from the 16 for the one.
Hey, is it Livy? Hi, Livy.
Oh, is it Libby? I love Libby. She's so sweet.
Oh, you got to have an ID me to do any of this. I highly recommend getting that set up because it helps you a lot.
When I
Evening.
first started, it took me months to get it didn't recognize me at all, the ID me.
Has
I was
anybody
like,
ever
come
gotten
on.
anything back on a FOIA request? Because I've yet to
On a
actually
Fo-
get
on a
info.
FOIA? Yeah,
Yeah,
it told me that I wasn't a citizen.
that's what I'm
And then I was
saying.
so shocked. I was so shocked that I sent it in. I made a copy of it and a handwritten letter to the now Homeland Security. And I'm like, am I really not a citizen? Please tell me, am I really not? Like I've thought I've lied to myself this whole time. But then if you come across, I think it's 18 USC 911, if you say that you're a citizen and you're not, that's jail time. And I'm like, all these people out here saying they're citizens and they're not.
Yeah, and
Like,
they don't have a clue that they're not because
uh-uh.
it sounds crazy. It sounds like crazy talk.
Yeah, it's not crazy because Homeland Security said, nah, boo, you're
Well,
not.
I've sent a lot of FOIA requests out, and I've never, every time I send them out, they tell me they don't have anything, which makes me think that the one that I sent out that I'm waiting on is going to come back with everything because it's all held in that one office at
And
the
that's
post
going to be
office.
huge. That'll be huge though, because, then you have your decedent letter and,
I'm excited. Like I'm anxiously awaiting that response. And the fact that it's taken so long, the post office gets back to me like right away. Anytime
yeah.
I send anything in, they get right back with me. I sent that out months ago.
Do you know that you can actually donate to some of these like departments? Like the
What?
Department of Interior?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can like send them little like gifts.
I'm sure once you do that, your stuff gets pushed to the front of the line pretty quick.
Right. Tell me. I got no budget, my guy.
They're like, you're in the front of the line. You're
Right. Okay, Starseed, here's your next step though. It says Ginny Mae agent certificate transfer fees.
Okay.
Certificate transfer fees is what you're looking on that website.
Okay, hold on.
But it keeps coming up with an issuer ID number, so that's where I'm kind of tripping on. Issuer ID number. Would that, I was gonna say, would that be your social maybe? No. Company's name and then issuer ID and then contact name would be, it almost makes me want to go through the certificate transfer fees. So maybe that's part of your little thing that you're like what you just sent me.
Maybe. That was weird though.
Yeah, but
So,
I get
certificate,
it. Transfer fees.
there's a application fee for commuter and certificate authority.
And then I just clicked on that one.
Certificate transfer fee. Yes.
Mhm. Claim overpayment refund to, I don't know what this is, Champ VA payments for personal injury cases. Oh, I've been traumatized by the police. Can I cash out?
Yes.
hell yeah.
My phone said, ding, yes, bitch. It should not be used for medical copay personal injury cases. Okaloosa County Police Department.
What's up, Kentucky? There's a lot of land out here. A lot of land out here for sale right now. I can't believe it. Borrower payments.
This one says bill of collection number or VA claim number. I don't have a VA number though.
You don't know
Total?
that.
Yes, it does, Joe. Do you live in a private establishment or is it like a big company establishment?
Private.
Yeah, me too. So that's where I did a B, but I didn't add them as the recipient, and I hand wrote a letter and said that I don't want them audited, but I want to be reimbursed.
Well, mine's through. It's a home, but mine's through an individual. So I have his banking info, and I pay him directly. I wire him every month.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna do the B process, but I was like, man, it wouldn't. I think right now with them being so backed up, it wouldn't help for the next few coming months because my business right now is, so I have a tree and landscape company, but right now it's, the season's horrible right now because of holidays and stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah, trying to stay afloat for the next few months till everything else kicks off. I'm still waiting on the ES and Vs and all that stuff to come back. So
Well, the only thing with the ES, everything happens in threes, and the ES and the V is only two. So it makes me wonder if it has to have either a voucher with it or an NI or something else with it. Like, I don't know. So I sent in an NI and like a couple weeks later when I started to like really think about it, and I'm in a different group that was talking about it too. Like everything happens in threes, so why are we only sending two forms in? So
yeah,
I sent in an NI and then I was like, okay, I just sent in a letter and was like, sorry, I forgot to add this. Please add this to my ES. And then I sent a NI for 3 million for my cases that won't fucking shut.
well, see, and I had called the IRS one day because when I was doing the process, because I was confused on basically how I filed my taxes the prior year or whatnot. So I was confused on how to do the X. So I called in, but then I kept like getting transferred around and kept pushing buttons. Well, I got to a tax law advocate for the IRS, and me and her started talking, and I was, we're going back and forth, and then, as long as I asked the right questions, she was like, she was helping, and then she explained, she was, well, like, it's some part of it. She goes, so just so you know, she was like, these are the whole point of the ES. The estimated tax is for the following year, and that stuck with me. And I was like, man, the following. She kept, like all night. I kept thinking about that. I was like, you know what? The people that I've seen so far that have gotten back on the ES or the V has always been like for the 2022 year. I haven't seen anybody for the 23 year yet. And I was like, well, what if she said it makes sense? What if the people for 22 are getting them back because technically that would have been for 23. So if people who only did the 23 ES and V process aren't going to see it back anytime soon because we're still in 24 because you're doing it for the following year, not the year of. If that makes sense. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but it's for some reason my mind was stuck on that. So I went ahead and I hurry up and sent off my 22s recently, a couple weeks ago. So if I get that back before the 23 or hear something back on that, then we'll know definitely it's a whole because of it's for the following year type of. That's why she said it was estimated, and then it's for the following year. So that's why people are probably like, "Oh, I haven't heard anything back. I haven't seen anything on 23." Well, yeah, because we're still in 24, so they gotta wait till the year's over before they can process it for this year.
I heard you. I'm sorry. I was in the kitchen. I'm making some food because
Oh, you're good.
Starsky started talking
Yep.
about food.
I know she's also talking about that. I made me some food too.
I'm making some French fries.
That's why I had to mute. I was eating.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came straight from her, I was like, man, it makes sense. I was like, it just
This is Department of Veteran Affairs. So I feel like this has more like claim information, reason for refund payment, beneficiary name. But aren't we? I mean, I don't know. We're not veterans, right? I feel like when I hear veteran, I think of a military person. Or
yeah. Yeah, DDR tracks. That's what I'm saying. Because the last ES form is for January of the current year that you're in. So yeah, it makes sense. That would, I mean, Miranda, that would be my opinion. Would be hurry up and send off 22, especially before the end of the year. Send 22s off as fast as you can. Yeah, I heard you can go back all the way to 21, but then also heard that October 15th was the deadline for the year, so that right now I guess you can only go back to 22 because the 15th is already past of October. So I don't know. You can still try it, I guess. See what happens. I'm not gonna lie though, some homemade French fries with some salt sounds good.
Yeah, it does. I'm starving.
I put some hot sauce on it.
Ooh, some good old buffalo fries.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
When somebody says an excise tax return, what is it? It says while you must have signing authority, it's TTB form 5100.0. Department of Treasury. Oh, Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. That's the TTB. Signing authority for corporate and LLC officials. But Star, you were saying the tobacco, not necessarily alcohol, but maybe like moonshine.
Yeah.
Or power of attorney, TTB form 5000.8. Department of No, it's all about alcohol and tobacco tax and
And
trade
out,
bureau.
yeah, and what is it? Controlled substances.
Malibu, we're talking about the definition of excise tax.
Oh, is it Malibu Dallas?
Yeah.
Hi, Levy. I'm not paying attention to the chat.
Ow. I want to look at my business taxes.
Hmm. Some of this stuff I didn't even realize was out here.
What is it?
Just some of the things that, I mean, it does talk a lot about Indians, like the Chattahoochee River. Um, talks a lot about Indian Coast Guard's civilian rental housing.
We need that.
Yep. Copyright Accounting Office. Use this form to submit payments in response to correspondence received by a copyright accountant office. This form may also be used to make deposit accounting replenishments. Allow 1 to 2 business days for funds to post in your deposit account. I feel like this is pulling straight from the Treasury.
Mm-hmm.
United States Copyright Office, Accounting Office.
Malibu, we were talking a lot, but then we got hungry, started eating, started reading.
I don't know. It says, what are you paying? And there's 3 options. Repay sheet. No. Let me start over. Reply sheet payment. Deposit account replenishment. Huh. I would want to replenish it. Records, research, and certification. Payment amount, company name, payer, phone number, email address. Ding ding. That's a big yes. Pay direct please direct any questions, concerns to additional data to be submitted. I don't know. Like this one's pretty good. It says copyright office.
Hmm. Yeah, we were talking a lot, but then I just went down a rabbit hole over here, and Lee's been on rabbit holes all day.
All day. I came across so dingy. I came across I don't even know what site I was on where it was asking for, oh, it was this site that was asking for, I think, the 10-digit number, but the way that it was worded was so like, I don't want to say sketchy, but like they want you to do the work, right? And so
Right.
it was like it's gonna be a 10-digit number on a form that we sent you. And I'm like, okay, like you have sent me so much. What are you talking about? So I thought that it was the 10-digit number across the 670 IRS voucher. And I got so excited, and I was on the phone with Starseed. I jumped up and I grabbed my book, and I was like, oh my God, everybody's been asking what the hell this number is. I think this is it. And it wasn't. So there's that. So exciting. It was so rude.
So devastating.
I know.
Let's see here.
Because it asks for like a letter at the end, and that particular number across the top does not have a letter. There's no letter. FDIC payment form. Complete this form to pay a miscellaneous payment to FDIC using a credit card. I hate these little boxes that come up and it'll make you like check it to see like if you're a bot or something.
Yes.
I always get it wrong. Literally,
Yeah, they don't make them easy at all.
no.
I start yelling at the phone, like, bro, I had it right. Like, chill out.
I did. It's so rude. Okay, so FDIC payment form, general information, go down, section payment information, payment amount, payment type.
I don't remember filing a 1042.
I've never heard of that. FBI vehicle sales, public use. What? Oh my God, see, it's asking me for it again.
Malibu, we were just talking about that, kind of briefly.
Y'all can come
The
up in the
FBI?
box if y'all want.
Come up here, Malibu. That's my favorite drink. It's called a Malibu sour or something like that. I don't drink very often, so I don't even remember what it's called, but it's like a green color.
Oh, you requested. Oh, I see it. Okay. My computer. Lee, will you let them up? My computer's being stupid.
I don't have that option. Hold on. Let me see. Manage two guests. Oh, I do. And Shane. Hold on, I have him too. I didn't realize I could do that. Hello.
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 Hey, people.
Hi. How are you?
It's so quiet in here. You guys aren't even paying attention to the chat.
I know. I'm over
Over.
here
It's
fumbling
like,
down these holes.
it's like the
Oh, it is.
quietest
It
live
says-
ever.
It does. It says Federal Bureau of Investigations vehicle sales, field office vendors. So I wonder if we could buy like a drug car.
Yeah, you don't. You totally could.
Oh my
Buy a
God.
what? Buy a what, Carly?
Like a drug car where they like impound it or they do stuff. They like take it.
They do stuff
Yeah,
with
you can
it.
do that all the time. They're police impounds. You can buy those things all the time at auctions.
Huh.
Typically, you can get them for really cheap too.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can even get old squad cars
No.
Oh yeah. Sometimes you can
Oh
get
yeah.
squad cars with like all the
Yep.
equipment in it still. It's kind of crazy.
I'll be pulling their bitch asses over.
Let me see your license, mother.
Right? With
But
my
yes,
lights on.
as far as your question, Malibu, there's a process out there that can be followed. I was watching the chat as I was listening to everybody and watching a movie at the same time. But yeah, there's quite a bit of information out there if you
Well, me and Lee talk all the time, and
yeah.
we were going over the 1040 ESs and stuff like that, the 1040Vs and ESs and stuff. I got everything filled out and endorsed, but I've always had this one last question on the back of these endorsements. You're supposed to have one last date, and I can never get a straight answer from freaking anybody on what the date. There's a date on the back of it that's supposed on the end of your endorsement. I think it's some people say it's the end of the year date.
It's December 31st. So it starts in J1 to December 31st.
Yeah.
Always.
Do you guys know Chris Hayes?
Yes.
Okay, have you followed his process at all?
Yeah.
Is
that's
it
what I do.
December? Is it the? I'm sorry, Lee. Is it the? You said December 31st, but what year? The year that you're in, or the year that you're claiming?
Claiming.
Yeah.
So, like, if I'm claiming 2024, it's going to be October 31st, 2024.
Yeah, but we haven't entered into like that tax year yet. Everything's a year back.
Yeah, you can only do 3/4 for 24 right now.
Yeah.
It's probably smarter to do just 2023 then.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. I've recently heard I've been digging into this too because I've got questions as well. I haven't filed my 1040 yet for last year, or my
Right.
W-2s, I mean, whatever. But I was told by, you guys know Todd, who Todd is?
Yeah.
Anybody here?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I was told by him I talked to him directly on the phone. He told me just get your 1040 or your 1040 ES in, your 1040V in, and then if you like, for me, if I have to file my W-2s, I wait about 2 weeks and then I file those. I'm under the impression, because I've been listening to Kim Marie quite a bit too. She's got a live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon, I believe it is, and she's like, just get these 1040 ESs and 1040Vs in. And then she said she's going to drop another step after. I can't remember what she said, but she's got, enough people getting these in, then she's going to drop another bomb, she says. So
Here's
and-
a question. Like, how does the 1040 ESs and Vs and stuff like that, this process, how does it work if somebody hasn't actually technically filed taxes in like 6 years?
from what I was on too, is that okay? How do I put this? Like, okay, people are talking about trusts and all this stuff too. Now, she said that it's easier to file if you don't have a trust. I've been hearing stuff about people not filing your, taxes and all that for years. I don't think any of that really matters, because I'm also hearing a lot of, don't be afraid to talk to the IRS. Don't be afraid to, if you have questions, call them up and ask them. Because, Kim Marie's sending thank you cards to these people, and, like
Right.
they're her best friends. So,
No,
I'm still kind of new to
you
the
build the
process
right
too.
relationship with the IRS. They can be very beneficial, 100%.
Right. So, I'm still new to this process too. I've been investigating this for years, and luckily I was looking for my daughter on TikTok, and I didn't find her, but I found all you people, and I'm glad that I did, because this is gonna, build a future for me and my children. So I've been debating on getting the stuff in, but I'm just gonna get it in there, see what happens, go from there. What's the worst they can do? Tell me no, this ain't gonna work, So that's kind of my theory on it. I'm just gonna put the ESs and the V's in, and then wait about 2 weeks and then file my taxes for last year for 23. And I haven't worked in 24 at all, so I don't know, you know.
Well, I work. I bring in an income. It's all basically, you know, me running my own business and stuff like that. But I haven't filed taxes in probably 6-7 years.
So you're doing it all under the table, on
Well,
basically. Is there a
basically.
paper trail?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, from the clients paying me and stuff, yeah, bank statements and stuff like that.
Well, are any of you guys into the come out of her my people? On
Yes.
TikTok, yeah. You know, there's a lot of information on there too, and that's what, you know, I've been trying to dig deep in there, and it's mind-boggling because there's a lot of information. But I think, you know, I've been hearing stuff about that too, as far as that really doesn't pertain to me, so I really haven't paid too much attention to that end of it. But I know there's something about what you've been talking about, not paying your taxes or not,
Yeah.
and all that stuff. So like they're telling, like what I'm getting from everybody is, you know, you got to do your research and you got to do, you know, because there's a method for each process. Like if you have a trust set up, then you file a different form. If you did file your taxes for last year for 2023, then you're going to have to do a 1040X form to amend your back taxes. So, you know, luckily I didn't do my taxes last year, so I wouldn't have to do an amendment. I would just do the ESs, the Vs, and then file my 23 taxes, and just let the IRS do its thing, basically, because they're going to make sure, and this is what I keep hearing from Kim Marie, is the IRS is going to make sure the books are right, you know, and that's what their job is to do. So if there's any mistakes, they're going to let you know, and you just work through it, I guess.
Well, and what I heard is the people who haven't filed and who are just filing the regular 1040 with the ES and V process, they're the ones getting their money, their stuff back faster than, because some of us that are having to amend it, I guess it's a longer process for them having to go back and, you know, verify everything and all that. But the people who are doing it without amending are getting it back faster.
So Joe, you're saying the people who haven't filed taxes
Yes,
are
sir.
getting theirs back faster?
Yes, sir. It's just a thing of some of them are getting hit with the penalty for filing late, but you can work it out with them. They'll tell you either they'll take it out of that amount or you just have to pay them a certain percentage for penalty. But
You know, I'm sure that would all depend on too, like if you owed taxes for the year, you know, like if you're self-employed or got a business, whatever, you know, and you owe taxes for that previous year and you didn't file on time because there is a penalty. Like for me, I just worked for, you know, I worked for a foundry, so there really is no deadline for me to file my taxes, because unless I filed an exempt and owed the IRS, you know, it's a little different.
Well, so the question is if you haven't held a W-2 job, you know, for years and years, if you're working your own job and you're making your own money, but you're not even an LLC, and everything that's getting paid through you is just you're just bringing in the money, but you're not, you know, obviously you're working through a bank account and stuff like that, but there's no federal law that says you have to pay federal income tax. So like,
Right.
how does that all work then? Like if you're going to be doing these 1040 ES processes,
I
because
think
all the money you bring in just basically goes to bills and surviving. That's about it.
well, what I'm hearing a lot of, you know, by claiming our credits in the process of doing the ESs and the Vs, it's helping bring us out of our debt, our national debt. You know, I'm just kind of being like how do I say this? I'm just repeating what I'm hearing. I don't know all the facts because my brain has been scrambled from the last 3 years of fighting for my daughter in family law. So I'm just, you know, kind of getting up towards the end of this battle. But in the process, I've come across all this, and I'm
Cancel the
thinking in the back
contract.
of,
Rescind the
but
contract. The Title IV, Section D of the Social Security Administration of the fraudulent contract. Rescind that shit.
How
meaning
do you
what?
do that, Star?
So you basically you get with the other parent. Well, you don't have to, but okay, so I've discovered that what they do, the way that they trick you, is whenever the father or whoever cuts the umbilical cord, it's actually stated that it's a stabbing, okay? And that's where that's how they get you. And then they say that the mother and the father abandoned the child at the hospital. Child becomes a ward of the state. So
Can I stop you real quick?
yes.
Okay, another man. I can only assume that the other man that my daughter's mother claimed to be the father of this child cut that umbilical cord. I never did. But I went to court after all this and demanded a DNA test to prove that this was my child. So,
Well,
you know,
either way though, here's what happened is they said that the child was abandoned at the hospital because the placenta was left at the hospital more than likely. So they have been saying that the child is a ward of the state, and so the federal government is paying the child support. That's how it's a fraudulent corporation, because I kind of went really deep down in the rabbit hole because I'm like, well, I don't really see where I mean, if I get a child support payment, like it maybe cost $1.50 out of that or something. So I wasn't understanding where the issue was, but the more I kept looking, I started to realize that whenever you get awarded child support, it's an award. Therefore, it is not a payment like that comes from you. That is an award from the federal government, but they aren't giving it to the parents or the child. They're keeping it and then coming after the parents.
Marty
Pay
made a
rent.
comment about parents patre. Parents patre could be rescinded.
So yeah, what you do is you file a motion. What I did is I sent a letter to the Social Security Administration telling them that it was a fraudulent contract and that I no longer wanted to be a part of it. I rescinded my enrollment in it, and I wanted recoupment for every bit of everything that they've taken from me. And then I also filed a letter of non-informant, which I don't know how you and baby mama are, but I filed a letter of non-informant because I wasn't a fucking informant. And then also I filed a letter for I think it was like full guardianship or something. I'll post I think I might have already, but I'll post them in the Telegram. Yeah, you put your kids in your trust, but most things right now, the courts are having a really hard time comprehending their position here now. So they're not really trying to honor shit. So as far as like actually having a chance at winning, I feel like that would be your best chance is by rescinding that contract, telling them, because it also states in the Title IV Section D of the Social Security Administration Act that it is completely voluntary and that they have to give you full disclosure, and they don't do any of that. It's not
Right.
voluntary, and you don't.
That goes with any contract that might be implicated. If they don't give you full disclosure, it's null and void. Like for what I do for a living, with CPS cases and stuff, I teach parents all the time. And Marty touched base on this. He said something about parents patre. Parents patre, the state assumes parental authority over your child from birth after you sign the birth certificate. So when you put your child in school, in a public school, they assume they take over that parents patre role. And so I teach parents how to rescind their signature and rescind the parents patre status within inside of the public schools. So if CPS goes to the school and they want to interview or interrogate your child, they can't do it without violating that contract or that declaration, which becomes law because you're going to be filing it on the public record, and it opens themselves up for a massive, massive federal lawsuit. I teach parents how to do this all the time.
Can you teach me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I just followed you, so
I've been following you for a while, actually, Malibu, for as long as I've been on TikTok here now.
Nice.
Have you? Just a quick question. Have you heard of that James guy? Hashtag how to what is it? How I got custody or something like that.
He talks a lot about child support and child custody.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's in Texas. We have a couple of conversations back and forth a couple times.
Well, this the one I'm thinking of. I think he's from Washington. Actually, he's kind of a jerk.
Might be a different person than if we're talking about
This guy's always bashing on people. He actually started bashing on me, and I reported him a couple times, and he got his account banned, and then he came back on, kind of chilled out a little bit, but yeah.
You won't believe the amount of haters I get on a daily basis.
Well, I'm sure, every video I watch of yours, you keep a pretty level head. I've watched
Tell
a
me
few
about
of yours, but yeah, I just actually found out tonight. I don't know, if it's true or not, but I wouldn't doubt it. I heard my daughter's mother is out there pimping herself out for drugs, basically. My daughter is in custody of the grandparents, and yeah, it's a big mess, big mess. So
I'm sorry to hear about that.
yeah, it's been rough. I appreciate that. But yeah, as far as this ES and V stuff, there's, I've actually got templates on how to do it, how to go through the entire process.
The only thing that I'm lacking is the last final step on the endorsement on on this on the 1040 EESs and the 1040s. Me and Lee, we stayed up and we talked about this for hours, and we finally got it done. But there's just this one last part of the endorsement that I couldn't figure out.
But like, if we come through on the other side and like we have more funds than we know what to do with, is there any point in even going through all these processes and dealing with the IRS? Because I mean, not saying we wouldn't deal with them, but like, I don't know, I put them as the fiduciary for that part, and like some amazing shit has happened with my account.
Are you talking about Janet Yellen?
Yes.
Did you make her the fiduciary?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so did I.
And like some crazy shit's happened with my account, y'all. Like,
I've had a lot of my clients who I deal with CPS all over the country. I've had them file Form 56s on the judges, prosecutors, the court clerks, and the prosecutors, the CPS workers. I've had them file Form 56s on all these freaking people, and it's kind of crazy what happens is because and then I have them file paperwork to try to liquidate the bonds that the courts create. The bid bonds, performance bonds, payment bonds, and then I have them file a whistleblower's form on their court case. It could be a criminal case, it could be a CPS case, and then we're having a lot of people come at us and saying, "Hey, it's like my case didn't even exist." They, instead of paying us out the bonds and liquidating the bonds, these corrupt assholes want to just keep the money, but instead the side effect is that they're just getting rid of the case like it never existed. Kind of crazy.
Well, my husband, like, I went and filed a bunch of shit today. Like the ladies, the clerk was like, "Who's the next judge that comes in?" Like, I filed an injunction and then I petitioned for habeas.
On a criminal case?
Malibu, I'm sorry, Star, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was done.
On the 56, who's the top?
Who's the top?
Yeah, because I haven't done that. I've done everything else underneath the sun, but I haven't done a 56 on them.
The top should be the top for here. Let me pull it up. Let's see if I can. Just give me a second.
The lady that I was working with, she was supposed to be doing a lot of that administer stuff, but I don't know if she actually did anything.
Yeah.
So it makes me want to just go back and like do all that again.
I believe at the top of the form on 56, it should be your corporate name, your all caps name.
Okay.
But give me a second. I'll verify that. Give me a second.
You're fine.
Let's see. Here we go. Where's that? Oh, whoops.
So Malibu, you got the last bit of information that you needed for the ES and Vs, or no?
No, I would like to actually have maybe a phone call conversation with somebody who knows, who has a lot of experience in that, and who has actually seen success and verified success. I keep on hearing about all these processes, but nobody can ever prove anything.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to verify some stuff and be able to like understand it completely, because I understand the concept 100%. I understand how it works. I just some of the filings on some of the stuff that on how we're filling it out is where I'm having questions.
Yeah.
Oh, 56. What?
That Form 56 is a notice concerning fiduciary relationship.
Yes, sir.
I got it right here in front of me.
I can pull up my screen and show you exactly how it should look. I mean, if you want. If Star can, I don't know. Star, can you put me on the big screen? I don't know how that works.
I can try.
If Star can't, Lee should be able to also.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it. Give me a second though.
I don't think I have all powers.
Hey, Lee, you're not all powerful. What are you talking about?
Star has to
Not
make you
tonight.
super mod. Just make you a super mod.
Super mod. Oh no.
Well, Dallas, I'll get with you tomorrow because I want to, even if I have to fax everything in first
Yeah.
and then send everything.
Yeah. So the top line, part 1, is going to be your all caps name, middle, last, or first, middle, last.
Mm-hmm.
And then your address, care of, blah blah blah. You know all that. And then
Yeah.
the fiduciary name, you're going to put whoever, the organization. If it's the court clerk at the court, you put her name in there, and then you put DBA, clerk of court,
Mm-hmm.
and then you put in their address. You put in the whatever. If I was on the big screen here, I'd show you. I'd just turn my camera on, flip it around, and show you.
I don't know who put me up there.
Are you getting that from what you sent me in Telegram?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll look it up.
Yep.
Yeah, I went over the GSA bonds and everything the other day. I was like really reading what you sent me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, somebody mentioned me. Hold on. First, middle, last, all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then on section A, you're gonna mark other for description, and then you're just gonna appoint a fiduciary for debtor and creditor in case number, whatever your case number is for your court case. I mean, you have it in
Milligram.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I came across the GSA bonds and all the things yesterday.
Good. I highly recommend it, sweetie. Highly, highly, highly recommend it.
Well, I did those and then I sent them in like maybe 5 days ago, not even.
Okay.
Sent it to the comptroller and the office of the comptroller. And then when I was going over what you sent me, she does it differently. She has it as a modification, where the lady that I learned it from has it as a solicitation, because the solicitation is like when the Jehovah's Witness show up at your door, they're soliciting, right? It's almost like when the cops show up at your car, they're soliciting you. Where
Right.
the modification can also act as that too, because you're modifying a contract. You know, like if you already have a contract, especially like with a cop or whatever, you're modifying it now to reflect what you're liquidating. Sorry, y'all, I'm eating.
Yeah, but what are you considering a contract with the cop?
It's a con.
No, but where does the contract come into play? What are you considering? Where does the contract develop?
When he shows up at my door, I don't know what you're asking.
Like if a cop pulls you over or shows up at your door, you just mentioned that you have a contract with the police officer. What contract?
Right. It starts when you consent.
The
But-
ticket's not a contract unless you sign it.
Well,
If you don't
see, and
sign
that's,
it,
that's
then
the
it's
thing
not-
too, though. Because
It's not a contract.
hold on. Because the tickets that I had, only the officer signed it, which I kind
Then
of thought was funny because that's his ass. You pay him.
then it's not a contract.
Right.
You see, the police officer, the reason why the police officer signs it is because he's signing as the co-signer on a bond. And now if you don't sign that, then it's not a contract. It's an invalid contract.
Right.
And then if they arrest you for not contracting, then they're well, I'll just take you to jail. Well, you're going to false imprison me and extort me because I don't want to contract with you.
Payday.
Yes, because but Malibu, they don't know that.
I know they don't know that. Police officers don't know the law. They know policy.
They know policies. Like don't run down the hallway.
Right. Kosher surety? Yeah, yep, exactly. That's why I record every single interaction. If I have an interaction with any public servant whatsoever, I always record it. Because if they say, well, if you don't do this, we're going to do this. Great. Now I have you on recording now, committing a felony of extortion. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but they don't even know how to spell extortion.
E, sound it out. E.
Sounds like 3 words. Go ahead.
Extortion.
Extortion. Yeah, no, they don't get that. And like on one hand, it's like I can't really falter them for that. You know, like we came into this kind of stuff too. But then on the other hand, it just kind of makes me mad because I'm like, you know.
Well, no, you can absolutely fault him. Why? Because he's supposed to be a law enforcement officer. If you don't know the freaking law, why are you holding a gun and a badge roaming the streets?
Literally.
And then they want us to stand on one foot and spell something backwards and shit.
Exactly. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, especially when you're a freaking police officer. That's why when you go to court, if a police officer is acting as a witness on a stand, he cannot be a reliable witness. Only a reliable police officer can be a witness. So what do? Okay, Look at the police officer's track record. How many complaints does he have? How many citations does he have? How many lawsuits does he have on him? If he has any, and if he's involved in any lawsuits against him for violating somebody's civil rights or violating his oath of office as a sheriff or sheriff deputy, he's no longer a reliable witness.
Well, that's the Brady list or Brady Act.
Mm-hmm.
The Brady Act is where if that officer is not, like, doesn't have integrity, or he makes false statements or anything such as that, you know,
Mm-hmm.
then they're put on this list and they're on that list for the rest. You know, it's not like you know, 6 months and you get off or anything like that. Like, you're on that list. So this last letter that I sent in as a dismissal, I went on the sheriff's website and it said, like, instant disqualification if they make false statements. Well, all 4 of those citations that he gave me were false statements. He said I didn't have a driver's license. I did. He said I didn't have, insurance. I did. Said I didn't. You know what I'm saying? So, right. And then in that letter, I said that I want him to be disqualified. On your website, on the sheriff website, it says, that it's instant disqualification if they make false, phony statements. And he made 4. So
you know what else that means then, Lee?
he needs to be removed.
No, that's called perjury. If he's submitting falsified documentation and statements into court, that's fraud upon the court. That's perjury.
True. Damn, I didn't use that terminology though.
And here's another thing. It doesn't matter if it's criminal law, civil law, if you have a CPS case or not. If a police officer or a CPS agent or whoever is submitting a falsified affidavit into court or a false statement, that's fraud upon the court. If the judge continues to adjudicate the case, knowingly and willingly ignoring signs of fraud, the judge just lost jurisdiction.
Ooh. See, this is why I love you.
A judge cannot adjudicate a case knowingly and willingly when there's fraud upon the court.
I should have sent you the email before I sent it to them, because I sent it to them in like 25 different departments. Like, it went all the way up the chain.
Right.
Yeah. To all the peoples.
Yep. And that could be in civil court, CPS court, criminal court, traffic court, doesn't matter. If a police officer, if you go to court, traffic court, on a speeding ticket, reckless driving ticket, it doesn't matter. If the police officer submits his statement into court under oath, and he's falsified that statement in any way, shape, form, or fashion, it's now fraud upon the court. If the judge knowingly and willingly ignores that, then whatever order the judge just did, say maybe he ordered you to pay a fine or whatever, that court order is now null and void, because a judge cannot adjudicate a case based on fraud. Mm-hmm. They lose all subject matter jurisdiction.
Yeah, I did talk about subject matter. And I talked about jurisdiction too, because that Tanawa Downing guy has been talking a lot about that. So I was taking down notes and like just writing like notes that I wanted to add to my novel of a damn letter. And it turns into it where I'm just like, let's talk about the judges. Did you know that we haven't had judges since 1789? I know, crazy.
And then before you know it, you're 6 pages down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. I have to like backspace a little bit because my sarcastic cunty self starts to come out and I'm like, ooh, don't say that. Let's backspace that. Let's not put that in there. So you guys are just administrators. You're like the principal of an elementary school. Backspace.
Have you guys ever heard of the Postal Land Act?
Ooh, no.
Star, I just came across something that said something about that. I didn't read it, but I came across something like a heading or an article or something that had that on there.
Yeah, and I'm like, what? And then I went to go do like some research on it and I couldn't find nothing.
They're
Wasn't
hiding
it Star, wasn't it the Postal Service that secured all the land for the railroads?
Yep.
So it's probably an act to give them power to do that, be my guess.
Well, they have the postal powers, but which gives them like basically all powers.
It's amazing how powerful the post office is.
Yeah.
Hey, Lee, on your Form 56, you need to put dash vessel after your first, middle, last name.
Yes, sir. I'll write that
And
down.
then you need to put, for your fiduciary name, your full name, upper and lowercase letters, dash executor.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up.
I don't know if I would be doing that unless you're technically a secured party and a creditor. Lee, you are a creditor though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, your private EIN, like banker's
Yeah.
EIN and stuff like that. Okay.
You're
All
the
of-
executor over your trust.
Yes, sir. Okay, so part one identification is I write my name with vessel at the end.
Full name, yes.
Okay, and then fiduciary's name is
Upper and lowercase full name, dash executor. For your address, you want to use as care of, unless you have a P.O. box.
I do.
Okay. Then on 2B, on authority. Yeah, you want to put your birth date in there.
On G as in goat.
On 2B, as in Bob.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Types of taxes, other tariffs and sales taxes.
Oh wait, on section B it says type of taxes.
Under nature of liability and tax notice.
Yeah, what goes in 3?
3 is other tariffs.
You don't technically have to put anything, Lee.
Tariffs and sales taxes.
Okay, anything in 4?
Yeah, I put other. Any or none that may apply.
Okay, 5.
Nothing.
Okay, part 2.
This is what I put in 6C, other tax exempt foreign estate or trust. Section 26 USC 7701A31. Let me know if you didn't catch all that.
I did get that, but it says other tax exemption what?
Foreign estate or trust. Under USC 26 7701 A31.
Okay, section B. Or wait. Number 7.
Nothing. I didn't put anything. I didn't fill anything out for the rest of it, and then I signed it by colon first name dash middle name colon comma last name colon title executor.
Okay, so you in part 3 where it says court and administrative proceedings, you didn't do anything there?
No,
Oh, okay. Well,
that's only if it's a court ordered thing.
I mean, but I have 2 cases.
Are you? What I filled it out for is for basically proving I'm alive and getting out of the tax system.
Okay.
This wasn't for a court case. That's 56s are usually. I've never heard of doing that for a bond or anything, but I've never.
You can make anybody a fiduciary.
Yeah. Hey, Malibu.
Thank you.
Yeah, for your taxes, your 1040. If your checking account or wherever you put your money from your business is under $1,600 or $16,400 at the end of the year, you don't need to worry about.
Oh, it's well below that. I can barely pay my rent every month.
Then put zeros, put your ES and Vs in there in the line, and then at the end you'll get the refund.
Put what?
Do you use TurboTax? What do you do? Do you do your own? Well, I guess you've never done them. So
I haven't done taxes since like 2016.
well, on the 1040, are you doing it through a trust or are you doing it on your own?
Just my own.
Okay. So if you had a trust, you'd do a 1041. If you don't
I have a
trust
trust
you do
EIN. I have a
1040.
private banker's EIN. I have an estate EIN. I just haven't had the time to build my actual trust.
Okay. Does the money from your businesses go through your trust?
No, I haven't had the time to actually build a trust.
Okay. Well, first of all, that's one thing you want to do.
Yeah, if I have the time to do that, absolutely. That'd be freaking amazing.
Well, trust me, I understand what you're saying, but here's what I'll say to you, and that is
I'm too busy answering 2,000 messages and emails a day.
Right. Some people, I think they may have issues getting bank deposits from the IRS into individual accounts, because what you're doing is you're basically writing a check against your trust, your Sestakivi trust, and depositing that into an individual bank setup. And that's really not taking fiduciary responsibility nor control of your minor estate. And so they really don't like to wire money into non-trust accounts. So the guy that got Remedy that I know, that I follow here on TikTok, he set up a trust very quickly. He got the EIN and all that stuff, and he did it very quickly, and he sent in his ESs and Vs. And the next thing you know, a few weeks later, he woke up and had a pretty large sum of money available for him to receive.
Did he, when he was filling these out, did he use his social or did he use his trust EIN?
I can't remember that one. But he's tried to put it on TikTok 2 or 3 times, and they keep taking it down.
That's because it's true information.
Yes.
I can't even tell you how many videos I get taken down on.
Tell him to go post it on Telegram.
Okay, but I'm gonna need you to find out if it was an EIN or a social.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, you can't leave that out, bro.
I can IM him and see if he'll respond, and I can get back with you guys.
Well, yeah, because on that, what I've heard too from, well, actually from a person that we all, she's on here quite a bit, but you can do it you can do the ES&V process for your social, and then you can also do it if you have EIN for your trust as well. The same process.
So you do the whole process for your social. You turn around and you do the exact same process
For your trust.
for your trust EIN.
Yep.
That's
I mean, honestly, the worst thing that could happen is that they could maybe try to, they can either send the money to the bank and claw it back, or they can say, you know, you're not qualified to do this or something like that. You know, I mean,
no, actually, the worst thing is that they can do is
get
do
your
an audit on me
securities
and throw my
fraud.
ass in
Yeah,
jail.
well, and that's what I was going to say. The other thing is that they do look for anomalies. And when you go from maybe you paid, you know, $300 to now suddenly they owe you, you know, $250,000 or something, that's going to throw some red flags. So you really need to start writing down every day what you're doing for your vessel.
I have no idea what that means.
Well,
So-
it means, okay, so this is the stuff I've learned from Kim Marie and others. So when you get up in the morning, what do you do to take care of yourself, to make yourself available to do whatever you do in life? Right? You
Well,
get
the
up.
first thing I do is I get up and I brush my teeth. Does
Well,
that count?
exactly. Okay, so you brush your teeth,
Like,
you
like,
take
what are
a
we talking
shower,
about here?
you dress yourself, you make yourself something to eat, you pay your bills, you put gas in your car. All of those things are things that you do to keep your vessel moving forward.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Marty. If I had to write down every single thing I did every single day, I would not have the
No,
ability.
Malibu, it's not like that literal. It's like right now, this is a meeting of the minds. Right? So
Exactly.
this is considered like trust minutes. We're doing trust things,
Yes.
meeting of the minds. So I would say like
Brain work.
it's
We're
222
doing
right
brain
now.
work.
So it's
Yeah.
like, what time did you get on here? Say you're on here for 2 hours, then you would jot that down as trust minutes. You know,
Right.
that way if they come back, you can say, well, this is what I do. This is, you know,
Yes.
this is, yeah.
And then you have a
And
fee
my
schedule.
time is worth this much amount of money. This is how much I feel my time is worth to
Right.
do these things.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
it's
then,
not
like I said,
okay, I get what you're
you
saying. I
need
get
to
what you're saying.
document a fee schedule and notarize it and affidavit, you know, and all that stuff and get it notarized and recorded and all, you know, as long as you do everything in good faith and you can go to bed at night and close your eyes, the IRS isn't going to have a problem with that.
And then you can also, like, I've heard people, like, if they do their trust minutes for the month, at the end of the month, they'll send that in, you know, because, like, once you've started this and you've pulled your legacy forward and you've done all the things, like, at some point, some fashion, you have some, like, a relationship with the IRS, Treasury, right? So they're expecting your stuff to come through. Well, I would think it would be very similar to when you go to the courthouse and you record your things. They're going to push it through this little like printer kind of a thing. It's going to come up on your screen, your account per se. And so if you do it, you could do it quarterly and say, hey, these are my trust minutes. You know, like say Malibu, if you and I go to lunch to talk about business, we talk about trust, you would record that, you know, things like that. It's a business. It's
Right.
not necessarily like the small things like brushing your teeth or making dinner, you know, but it is the bigger things.
it kind of is though, according to my understanding of what
Oh yeah, I mean I get it
like
because you're like taking care of your vessel.
you're taking
But
care
what
of
is
your
that like?
vessel.
Like
You know,
that's basically what, maintaining your vessel, like maintaining your vehicle.
Exactly.
kinda. You got to keep gas in the tank and oil in the engine. You know.
See, you're in commerce, right? You are the vessel. You are sailing, wherever you're going. I mean, if they can ticket you for driving down the road and you're in commerce, then whatever you do, you're in commerce.
Well, I'm probably going to have to get with somebody to talk more about in detail about how that's actually even accomplished on,
I would suggest that you join Kim Marie's lives Monday, Wednesday. I'm not sure if it's Friday, at noon Eastern or Central rather. And she went on for like 5 hours today. She answers a lot of these questions. And there's a lot of good people in there. And you can learn a lot. And I know it's hard. I mean, when you have a job, sometimes you can't sit on those lives for hours and listen. I'm lucky.
my daily schedule is freaking crazy. I don't have time to sit on a live for. I mean, I'm on a live right now because like I just got done with work and I saw Lee on the live and I wanted to come in and ask Star like maybe a question or two, but.
Well, I definitely know that Star's on the right track with the post office because Janet Yellen and the Board of Trustees is who you have to go before if you ever want to think about getting full control of your Sesta Trust.
What do you mean go before? What do you mean by that?
I don't think that's even possible.
I don't think that's a thing. Can you expand on that? I'm just curious.
Okay, so and this is kind of involved, but there's basically two schools of thought. Okay, and I've heard both, and I'm learning both, or trying to learn both intimately. The first school of thought is you leverage the IRS with different forms. Now you still have, even both ways, you have to use a few of those forms, but you don't, the way that I am talking about where you would go before Janet Yellen, you don't use any forms, 1099s, stuff like that. Okay? Unless you just want to get your taxes that you paid back and some of those things like that. But if you want to get full control of your Sesta QV Trust, there's certain steps that you have to take. The final one being is you take a letter that you've gotten after you've been rejected from going before the Social Security and telling them you're in full life. Then you take that letter and you go and you get a meeting between you and the Board of the Trustees, of which there's 7. Janet Yellen being one of them. And
Yeah,
that's
sure.
in Baltimore,
just call up
Maryland.
Janet Yellen saying, "Hey, girl, can we get a meeting?" Yeah, that sounds doable. How do you do that?
I feel like she's not even with us anymore.
Do what?
I don't think she's alive anymore. Because wasn't
Well,
she
whoever
part of the cabal?
represents her, that's who you have to go before, and you have to put in your claim and demand that you get your Sesta QV Trust. And I know people that have done it, and they have gotten their Sesta QV Trust.
That's exciting.
At which point in time you relinquish your birth certificate and your Social Security number card, and you've claimed your minor estate. It's more involved. I would suggest that you do the 1099 process and try to get some money and then go through that process that I stated before.
So
Because
claiming
at
your
least you
minor
can pay
estate.
yourself during that time.
So claiming your minor estate, is that falling down the rabbit hole of the state national doctrine, or?
You can say that, but I mean, technically, once you have stated that you're alive, you're basically getting out of the corporation itself.
Well, I know. I'm a secured party creditor and a private banker, so I mean, I get that part, but how do you claim your minor estate?
Well,
You have
there's
to-
a certain number of steps that you have to fulfill to do that. And I think Star is making a lot of good progress in the Postal Service to try to make that process easier, if you want my honest opinion.
I think that you have to ask for it as well. Like
Yes.
we forget way too often that we have to. They're not just going to give us anything. We have to take it. Like
Right, yeah, 100%. I agree with that 100%.
You
So,
have to
like-
show that you're fiduciary responsible, that you know how to run a trust, that you
And that
know how
means-
to.
that you know how to like be the boss. You don't see a boss
Exactly.
running around busting their ass. You see the boss sitting back chilling because they know how to delegate.
The longer in your process that you do this, the more confident you get by knowing and understanding the power that we, the people, hold. You understand that you're the money, Malibu.
Oh, I know that. My signature is the money, actually. My
Exactly.
endorsement.
It's actually your
And
shit.
yes, and once you understand that it's a bond process, if they put you in any type of legal trouble, and you know how to clear those bonds and make them responsible for the taxes, and that everything that they do to you, you know how to get 10 or 100 times more of your money. Pretty soon they start saying, we want to leave this guy alone and maybe let him become, the king.
That's funny you
Right.
say that because that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I've got my performance bid, my 90, my 91.
I mean, ask if you ever get on a live with JC Sloan Malibu, ask her if she's afraid of the legal process at all.
Who?
It's a gal that has pretty much gone through this process completely.
What did you say her name was?
JC Sloan.
Malibu, that's Sloan that I talk about.
Oh, okay.
She helps a lot of desperate people get their homes back. And
I would be satisfied with just getting another vehicle at this point.
Oh, I got you.
All right.
I've been without a vehicle for over 6 years. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Well-
When you lose everything and you become homeless and you live on the street for so long, it's damn near impossible to resurrect yourself and even get to the point where you can even make enough money to even get another vehicle. That's where I'm at. Like, as much work as I do, as many people as I help around this freaking country with what I do, I still cannot make enough money to even buy a freaking vehicle. It's pathetic.
then you need to make the process of getting a trust and getting the 1099 process working for you.
Well, Malibu.
That's great.
Malibu.
How do I do that? Nobody ever
when-
shows me how to do it.
Well, when nobody's going to show you, but look, when Starseed buys
Well,
my card.
if I can't, how do I do it if I don't know how to do it?
Go to Come Out of Her My People Telegram channel and start listening. And there's a 9-hour video process out there and join Recooper's Telegram channel and start going through the process. It's a step-by-step. Holly,
That's exactly what I've been trying to say too. Is come out of Her My People, get into that group. It's going to give you all the information you need. I'm in it, and
What's the name of the
I'm
group?
struggling too. But
What's the
come
name of
out
the
of
group?
Her My People.
go to Kim Marie Teeter website or TikTok channel. She has a link tree in there.
Yep.
Can if someone's following me, can someone text me that like in a DM?
I can do that. I can't do
I'll
it
do it
tonight
too.
because I got to work in the morning, but I'll do it tomorrow. I'll follow you and we'll get it.
All right,
We'll
Marty,
get it
I'll
started
give
for
you I'll give you a follow.
I'm following you now. I'll make sure you get the information and the
thanks,
Telegram
buddy.
channels.
Thanks, buddy.
At the end, Malibu, you will control everything and own nothing through
Oh,
a
yeah,
ministry
100%.
trust.
Yeah, I don't want to own anything.
You need to set up 3 trusts. Okay? One for the land, one for the air, one for the water. Okay? The one for the air or the heirs is your ministry trust. The one for the water will be all in your all caps name, and that's where all of your finances should flow through.
I already
It's a
have
transfer.
that.
It's a transfer trust, if you would.
Yeah, I
It's
already
your
have that one
commerce
set up.
trust. It can be an interest-bearing account where money goes and flows in and out of there.
You know, I was kind of looking up trusts a little bit ago because I need to do that process too. I'm also very interested in this process with the post office. I've been doing some research there.
Weiss Concise Trust Handbook is the best trust book that I've seen. There's a lot of templates out there and scribed online.
I've been told that you have to have a lawyer to set up a trust.
No,
No, you don't.
you do not. The bar is not your friend. British accredited.
I know.
Anybody who tells you that you need a lawyer to do anything, they're full of shit.
I know.
Become your own lawyer, Shane.
Yeah, that's why I'm here now. I mean, I've been listening to so much stuff, but I'm kind of with Malibu here. I want, take me by the hand, kind of, but I also know that you have to do the research because one of the things you have to be able to do is stand your ground when they come a calling, if they come a calling. You have to know what you're talking about. You have to know the process.
Here's what I'll say. You have to crawl before you can walk. You have to walk before you can run.
Right.
Okay?
100%.
So as long as you are in adhesive contracts with any type of state or government agency, you will always be under their jurisdiction.
So meaning DMV.
DMV,
public school,
a 1040.
public assistance.
Yeah, a 1040 is a contract. Most people don't understand that.
If you get food stamps,
your 1040, you've contracted with them.
if you get food stamps, you're under the state's jurisdiction.
They're your
Eventually,
guardians.
you want food stamps eventually, because once you go through a foreign trust or a ministry trust, then you're not making any money, and that's where you want to be.
That's kind of proof. Hey, I've got no income. I want to access
Exactly.
my trust. I want to access my trust. I have no income. You can get what is it? 2 people to actually say, hey, this person has no income, and sign.
Exactly.
Sign.
But you don't even have income. Look up the definition of income.
Exactly.
Right.
Even if you're working a job, you don't have income.
Right.
I don't have an income. I have a living.
Yeah, not even, not even really.
But anyway, like I said, just you know, get on those. I'll send you the links. Start
All right.
reading. Start listening to those things. Start your process. And it sounds like your knowledge. You have a knowledge base that you can.
Oh, I'm not in grade school. I'm in college on all this shit. I just don't have the time to sit down and learn some of the things I need to be learning. But like a lot of you guys, like I'm not starting this in grade school. Okay,
Yes. That's good. So, I mean, like I said, I think there's only a few pieces that you can put into that puzzle where I think you are going to be in a lot better place in a short amount of time.
the problem is finding the time to freaking do it.
Well, yeah, I understand. Trust me. I work 40, 50 hours a week at an IT job, you know, and have to take care of my vessel as well, you know, so it's all about prioritization and learning from your friends here, you know, Lee and others. Star.
Well, I told Lee, I said I'm just going to move in with Lee, and no, I told her that. I keep on telling her that. I said, Lee, I just need to move in with you. We're going to get our shit done.
But yes, people are finding remedy, you know. I follow the people that and I've seen verified cases of checks, and it can be done in a very short process. The guy that got remedy for the 1040X and V, he did it in about 2 weeks.
See, that's a crazy turnaround time.
When I'm talking about 2 weeks, I'm talking about getting his trust set up, working with the IRS, filling out the forms and all that stuff.
He did. He got his trust set up in 2 weeks and did all that. It's not cheap to set up a trust. That's crazy.
It's actually free.
It's actually free. You just it may cost you some money to get it notarized, but there are trusts floating all.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of quick. I mean, you could get your 3 EINs in a week. Just, you
Exactly.
know, do one EIN on Monday, do the next EIN on Tuesday, do the, you know,
Lee,
I filled out
what
the
3 INs are you talking about?
the triangle. So the estate, trust, foreign grantor. Then get your
Okay, the only one that I don't have is the foreign grantor. I have everything else. I have my estate. I have my my private bankers and my trust.
Yeah, and then you can also get a sole prop, because what's going to happen is your sole prop and your private banker is going to be what you are dealing with out here in the public. So everything else is private. So you have your estate, your trust, and your foreign grantor that, like, if you're thinking about the monopoly board, that's it.
I even have my DOT number.
Yeah, well, and that comes into play too, but that's like registration at a federal level. You're not necessarily,
Right.
yeah.
So
But-
the only EIN I need is the foreign grantor.
Yeah, that's the rest of your triangle. So you're missing part of your triangle. So essentially you should have 5. You should have a estate, trust, foreign grantor, private banker, and then a sole prop. And your private banker and your sole prop is what's going to be out here doing commerce.
Right.
Then once you have your EINs, you can fill out your 1040, put your trust EIN in there. I do it under my all caps name, and then send it in your X if you're going to do an X, or you can probably send in 1040s for the last 3 or 4 years and pay yourself for those 3 or 4 years. Send the money and have it sent to your trust, but you only have 30 days before you have to get it out of the water.
So once it hits the trust, you just immediately transfer it over to what?
Exactly. To your ministry account or to your heirs.
Yeah,
to my
because
heirs.
you're gonna convey everything into it. So think about like an onion. You know, that centerpiece to the onion is protected, and then you have all these layers on the outside of it.
Right, but so when they put all that money into my trust EIN, how do you get all that money out of the trust, and where do you put it in order for you to utilize it?
Well, you have to fund the account first. Just because you're a private banker doesn't mean that your account is even funded. Basically, you have a piece of paper that says that you're a private banker.
Right.
Yeah. So so those accounts have to be funded.
How do you fund it if you don't have any money?
Well, when you get the EIN, at the bottom of it's going to be a 575 CP, and you can fill that out and send that back. So that's why it's kind of vital. Like if you're working on Monday, we're setting up your estate on Monday, and then print out that, you know, the IRS form. I would start to get all of your stuff together, fill out the bottom CP 575, send that out, you know, then the next day do it again. So, but you have to fund that account. You can't just be like, oh, well, I have this triangle. Well, right. But nothing's funded. It is funded, but you just haven't let them, like, you haven't drawn down those credits.
Yeah, anytime you fund something, try to fund it in 21 silver dollars if you can.
21 silver dollars.
Yeah.
Or a money order.
Yeah, I
Or
would
money
rather
order,
just do
yeah,
money
that's
order.
real money as well.
Postal money orders backed by silver and gold.
Yeah, or you can, another way I've heard here recently, which is interesting, is 21 $1 stamps.
Yeah. Well, and if you get a $1 money order, it's worth $1,000 in silver.
Right.
So if you get $5 money order, it's worth $5,000 in silver.
Yeah.
So then how do you claim that $5,000 in silver there?
Some people were actually paying their houses off with a money order because they were able to get $100 worth of like a money order,
Mm-hmm.
which would equate to $100,000 in silver, and they send that bad boy in.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Uh-huh.
Like I
you a
said,
call
the
tomorrow,
post
Lee.
office is I think there's a lot of keys that Star will stumble upon as she gets further into her process. I really believe that this is the easiest way to do it, through the postal bank account and having them open, pay your bills, access the Fed window. Then you don't have an IRS to go through and all that, because the IRS likes you to work through them because they get a cut, right?
Right. Of course.
Everybody wants.
It's always
everybody's
about
a shark.
the money.
Exactly. They're all sharks.
All right, Marty. I look forward to seeing your direct messages tomorrow. I know you're working. Lee, I'll give you a call tomorrow, sweetie.
Yeah, Malibu, I appreciate your insights. Sounds like you have a lot of information on the parents patrie law and stuff like that. You know, that's a good service, man. My hat's off to you if you're working with people trying to do that.
Yeah, I've been working with CPS victims and the family court systems for quite a while. I was a victim of child trafficking when I was a kid through the CPS system. So
Oh, God.
I'm actually a multi-book author. So I'm a published author. I got several books out. So I've been working with families like this for about 3 years here on social media, and I teach them all about parents patrie, how to operate in court as a sui juris litigant, how to, truly stand on their rights and fight back against these corrupt systems. So I've had, I want to say, probably over 500 children returned back home. I've had judges disbarred and thrown off the bench. We've made a lot of headway in the last 3 years.
That's absolutely fantastic, Malibu. I can't tell you how wonderful that makes me feel that there's warriors like you out there doing that, man. And it's trust me, I'll do everything I can to try to help you further along that work and help you through this process as much as I know.
Well, I appreciate it. All the support we can get is the best, you know. So, but
Yeah.
anyway, guys,
Malibu, get with me tomorrow.
I will, sweetie.
All right.
Thanks, guys, for having me on. I'll talk to you guys
Thanks
later.
for coming up.
Bye. Have a good night. What are you working on, Star?
I'm
Did you
doing the
see-
performance bonds, the bid bond,
Did
the
you see what I
90.
sent you?
Huh?
The contract reimbursement.
I didn't because I'm over here deep in this, almost done.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I blew up our group chat.
I saw, I heard it. I just,
Ding ding ding.
I really want to get this done.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I've got it pretty much done though. I've got the 90s and 91. I've got the affidavit of individual surety. I've got, yeah, release of lien, all that good shit.
Star, good luck with all that. I've sure been remembering you and my thoughts and prayers. I just,
I fired
just
some
hope the
shots
best.
today at them, but tomorrow is going to be worse.
Ooh, tomorrow or today. It's
Today.
I know. I just want to be in your purse.
You know, Star, when this is all said and done, those county people are going to be calling you Miss Star, and what can we do for you today? Is there anything I can help you with? You know that's coming.
She's gonna
Oh,
be
yeah.
like, Amy, get your gun. Get the hell off my land.
Exactly.
They are not
Still
going to
in
want
that
to
town.
fuck with me.
Elena, get your gun.
Exactly.
I'm going to make sure I wind up on that do not fuck with.
Yeah. Same.
Don't mess with her. You don't want that. You don't want no smoke. You didn't mean to.
Have you
gotta
got
go.
your Social Security lock, Star?
Oh, yeah. I've got
Okay.
a pin on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That
But yeah,
goes a long ways in trying to help alleviate a lot of legal problems.
I know, but look here, I have mine locked. Do you think they're not able to get into it, and that's why they changed my social and the
Oh.
QSIB number?
How
It's smart.
I don't see how they could do that.
well, look what they
Well,
do.
Satan does all kinds of shit.
That's true. It's true.
Weaves
Oh my
his
gosh,
little web balls.
I'm getting super anxious now. Like,
Why?
cause,
It's
Walk in with confidence. You'll be fine.
oh, I'm gonna be good. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready.
Oh
I
yeah.
hear you.
Look, Elena, you gotta curl your hair.
You say I gotta curl my hair?
You gotta curl it.
Okay. I don't ever, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, oh, that would be so cute.
Mm-hmm. Curl that hair, girl. Walk in there like a. Oh, I cannot even.
Y'all, I can tell you that you need to be looking into the postage stuff and you need to be communicating with them. Just communicate with them. Read the instructions. Because I was guilty. It was the stuff that the stuff I've had since the beginning was the stuff that I found the most sauce in, but didn't know until like recently because I didn't it's not that I didn't read it, it's that I didn't know what it meant. So I kind of just read it and went over it.
You talking about the handbook?
All of it. Like I was reading the UPU last night. It was talking
Right.
about money orders.
Mm-hmm.
There's like these, I want to call them gyros. I don't know. But they've got different types of money orders and there's different, oh man. Here, Lee, I sent that to you guys. I'm going to put that in the Starseed chat. Because it's a long read. It's like hundreds of pages,
Oh, love that.
but it's like worth at least a couple pages read.
I think you're going down the right road, Star. I really do.
She is. Oh my god.
I know.
She really is. Oh, she's already she's about 16 hours away from the end of the road. I wouldn't even say that. What time is it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, about 18 hours away from the end of the road.
Yeah, it could be.
Nope,
No.
not a good. It's not a good. It is
Not good.
Not
That's
a
good to hear. I know it's been a rough road. I just thank goodness that you weren't part of that hurricane business down there, man. Those people, that's who I feel sorry for.
Yeah.
They're still sleeping in tents down there, man, and it's getting wintertime.
Well, they can come up here soon because I'm getting ready to get a shit ton of land.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people that really need to have the hope, you know, that they can walk away from where they're at and at least start a new life with a lot of money to help them do that. You know, that's
But that's bullshit though, because like, what if I grew up on that land and that land was my grandfather's, and now I had this, hurricane come through,
that's another story altogether. That's
and now I'm forced out because of the
yeah.
correction. Like, no, I'm not leaving. I'll live in a tent.
Yeah, the crazy thing was that Harris's husband was all part of that, Albemarle and all of that. I gotta watch my P's and Q's. I don't want Star in trouble on their lives.
It's okay.
I'm not doing that to anybody's life. That's not right to do. It just boils my blood.
Trying to find these forms that I sent in the other day.
Lee, it was nice to hear your voice on Kim Marie's live the other day.
Okay, I'm finding some of them at least. I did a declaration or an affidavit of non-informant.
I've had that for a long time.
What?
I've had Verizon since 2008, and everybody was like, "Oh, you need to, just go with Verizon or T-Mobile. Just get rid of it. T-Mobile will do remittance and all that kind of stuff." And I'm like, "Nah, I will continue to pay for that account because once I'm able to switch everything over and then it's paid for, then I'll go back and recoup all the securities, titles, interest, all the things, and I don't want to like get rid of it and then have like I don't know. I was not going to close it down."
Trying to make sure like my personal information isn't in any of the shit that I'm sharing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little more careful now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to put that stuff out there.
Okay. I think we're good. I mean, I've got my P.O. box on there, so y'all want to come find me, come find me. Yeah, that's some sauce that I just dropped though. And then, yeah, I've been killing it on these documents the last few days, actually.
That's a gift. I don't have that gift, man, to be able to write docs up.
I love it.
We got a lot of people asking questions down here in the chat.
I'm not even paying attention. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not letting me share the Telegram right now, but it's my name, the same name. It's open. People have been joining it, so.
Something about the 90s discontinued. Anybody put in there?
It is discontinued, but if you have the form, you can still use it.
Yeah.
I'll handwrite that motherfucker. We're using it.
Yeah, my
So when you
printer.
guys-
My printer
Go ahead.
wouldn't print. I was having a hard time getting my computer linked into my printer, so I hand wrote 15 forms, literally 15, because I had 5 companies, and I hand wrote it all. But I have found, here's a little tip for you. I have found that whenever I handwrite stuff, it goes through quicker. And you know why? Because it's handwritten and it can't just be pushed through the AI machine like an actual human has to look at
You know, that makes sense.
it.
I hadn't thought of that, though.
It also shows that you're an actual human that's writing out this form and not some kind of computer or something or AI or. You know,
I would say that they probably have so many workers to do handwritten forms. And they're probably rare, so they probably are. The stack's probably smaller.
I had to do the 2848, the 8822B, and the 56, and I had 5 different companies.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I hand wrote all of those. And when I go through it, you know how like when I was going over the 56 with you and say we came across like section B and then I asked you, okay, what do you put in number 2 and there's nothing? Then I wouldn't write 2 on my paper, you know, so it does, when you're done with it, it does look a little choppy, but it's only the information that is needed. So it would be like on my paper that I hand wrote, I would write like section 2. Well, maybe number 1 on section 2 wasn't needed, so I would leave it out. But then section 2, maybe 2 was there, and then I would write it. Do you follow? Like, I just left whatever wasn't supposed to be in there. I just left it out. And yeah, and hand wrote all of it. And then
Yeah, I
faxed it
think that
in,
you're
and-
supposed to handwrite it, really.
I fax it in first, and then on my cover letter, I'll write something like, you know, I'll be sending in the hard copies, you know, within a couple days.
Makes sense.
Because you got to think about the influx of all these people that are sending all of this stuff in, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So I want mine to stick out, but I also want them to know that like that's me. There's never a question, because if they look at my file and most of my documents are handwritten, they're going to know that it's me.
Right. Yeah, a lot of those people are getting pushbacks because they want to verify that it was them that sent the information in.
And my handwriting is my handwriting. You know, it's
Yeah.
almost like I was going to say it's like a signature, but it's like a style that only I can hold. So
Are
my
you
stuff,
are you doing it in blue?
yes, sir,
There you are.
with a little red thumbprint at the end.
Yeah. Are you signing in red?
No, sir, I sign in blue. Should I
Okay.
sign in red?
I sign in purple.
Purple is probably what you should sign in, if anything.
Okay.
And in fact, that's what I signed my Form 56 in.
Okay. I'll start doing that then, because I did buy all the like different colored pens that I needed.
Yeah, that's a must if you're out there.
And do you sign last name first typically?
Typically, it's middle dash or first dash middle
Colon?
colon comma last name.
No. You said colon last name. It should be, here's what's in my head. First, hyphen, middle, colon, last, comma.
Yeah, that works too.
Okay.
And then you can add without recourse if you want. A lot of people are doing that. I've never done that on an IRS form.
I write without recourse on everything, and I noticed whenever I went to jail when they arrested me, I signed without recourse, and the guy got mad. Like he was pissed. Yeah, he grabbed the form and he said, "Stop signing like that." And I was like, "Okay."
If I was gone, if I had any type of legal problems like that, I would sign it like that for sure. Tickets,
Yeah.
forms, yeah.
Well, he said he looked at the girl next to him and he was like, "Print out another one. I'll sign it for her." And I was like, "Oh, fraud. Okay, fraudulent signing my identity theft. Like, what are you doing?" I love that for you. Here I am standing here. You know, you're telling me that I committed fraud, but you're literally openly saying that there is an intent to commit fraud.
No
Okay.
kidding.
Okay. Talk about a back-assward world.
The beatings will continue until morale improves. That pretty much sums up the policy enforcers.
Love that for them.
Well, things are getting ready to look up.
I'm excited for it.
Well, it's about time, Star, because I mean you're the injured party.
Right? I think my back's broken, my hips are broken, my knee. I'm disability.
Well, what kind of mental anguish have you gone through for the last 6 months, Star? Think about that.
Let's talk about the last year, because I lost 3 grandmas back to back to back. Starting out in October of last year. I left my house. I packed up everything I had to go take care of my grandma.
Well, and here's the thing is that you aren't the only one suffering. What are your parents and your reputation? How are they suffering and through all this? You know what I'm saying? You know, your parents, your loved ones. I mean, you know, I'll tell you.
They think I'm crazy.
Everybody does until you
They don't
win the
see my
lottery,
genius.
and then until you get remedy, and then they all the haters have become your best friend.
But I tell you what, the other day when my daddy came home, he said, "I don't know nothing. Don't talk to me about it. I don't know."
Yeah,
real.
my thought on that is stay over there. Like, if you couldn't be around me at what you thought was my worst,
Exactly.
then I don't need you around me when I'm at my best. Like,
Right.
if you can't respect that, if you didn't respect me at my worst and my best, then you don't deserve to be in my season at my best.
100%.
You know, and I hate that because a lot of it is my
It's gonna be
family.
lonely up there.
Nah, no, it won't.
I know. I would have fun just
Because
being on.
you're gonna say, "Lee, come and visit me in Kentucky," and I'm gonna be like, "Okay, send your Learjet,"
Exactly.
because she ain't going out of her house and she ain't driving nowhere. So you're gonna have to get me up in the sky.
That is hilarious.
We're in the age of Aquarius now. I'm telling
I
you,
love
man.
it.
Things changed on the 19th.
Oh yeah, the energy shifted.
Long range
Love it.
missiles and all that. I mean, I'm telling you, they upped the ante.
I love it. The energy has shifted. The last week, I've been real soupy, crying. You know, but I feel like it's me purging old timelines. You know, just old you got to get all that old stagnant energy out.
That's right.
You know? Yeah.
You have to heal completely.
Yeah, do a lot of shadow work and stuff like that. And you know, I know that I'm a water sign anyway, so I cry a lot anyway. So I know when I cry, it's like anytime you cry, you just have to let yourself cry. Let your whole body cry. I know all of us in here have had those cries where it's like your whole body, your toenails are crying, you know?
Well, and I think the other important thing is during the age of Aquarius and just in general health, is get near a body of water as much as you can, and get in the bathtub, get in the shower, think spiritual good things. And water, we're like, 70, 80% water, and that vibration, man, of that ocean in your body, it's healing.
Yeah, my best downloads are when I'm in the shower,
Absolutely.
or when I'm vacuuming. And I think it's because the sound, the constant,
Yeah. Or if you have a pet or a dog, a cat, that purrs, put them on your lap, man. I mean, that's why cats purr. They heal themselves that way.
Yeah. Well, they're healing you too, because they'll alchemize the energy. They pull
Yeah.
the back. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's a great time to be alive. I know I've been saying that for a long time, and even some of my old friends, they would kind of get mad at me because they're like, "Lee, why are you saying that? Like, there's so many struggling," and I'm like, "You don't understand what's coming."
It's all
They
about
can't-
positive vibes, I believe, every day, man. If you don't get up and think positive vibes and start the day out positive, I mean, it just
Yeah, but they can't stop what's coming.
no, they can't.
Like people are waking up daily, and I know right out the gate back in like 2017, 2018, I started to talk about the crazy shit that nobody would talk about. And I lost a bunch of friends, and I was talking
Sure.
about the politicians, and I was talking about all of this stuff and how they're stealing from us, and that Jassar Nassara and the meds beds and all the things. And everybody thought I was lunatic. And now I'm just like, how you like me now?
Exactly.
Yeah,
The conspiracy theorists are the only ones telling the truth.
Yeah. Oh, get your tinfoil hat ready, boys and girls.
Exactly. Shane, are you taking steps? Are good things happening for you?
Well, I'm slow to this process. I'm still trying to figure, because one minute I'm hearing, you don't need to trust. Well, eventually you need to trust, and I'm so boggled by some things. Like
You
right
need
now,
to trust.
I'm looking up how to.
Having a trust takes the do it for your family, your heirs, because you never know what tomorrow brings.
Right.
And also, it's one of the first steps of taking dominion over the land, air, and water.
Right. Now, what's the difference between the revocable and the irrevocable?
When you
Well,
can take
irrevocable is much harder to change once it's set. Now, that said, here's my thoughts. You want an irrevocable trust for your all caps name, because you really don't want to, it's not changing, right? Your name's not changing.
Right.
So that's why I would have a irrevocable trust for the all caps name. Now, Lee is probably much wiser, as is Star, when it comes to trusts and the different types, but irrevocables are easier to change. And if you have a vehicle in your trust or land, those are things that can change on a dime, right? If you buy a new car,
Right.
if you
Get into a car accident.
buy land, especially if you come into all this capital that, at some point in time we hope to have, then that's going to change a lot. So you want an irrevocable when it comes to that. But like I said, Lee and some of them will probably give you more insights. That's just what I have found in my life so far. You want the foreign trust for tax avoidance if all possible.
With what? For what? Say that again.
It's non-taxable, right? A foreign trust.
For a foreign trust.
Yeah.
No, I've got a sole prop EIN number that I got through doing the process with the state of Minnesota. So what would I use that sole prop IEN number for setting up a bank account?
My soap prop's my social.
So sole prop, what exactly do you mean?
My my
Like,
sole prop, like the sole proprietor.
see, that's where I'm a little confused, I guess.
You might ask Lee. She might know more.
Yeah, I don't do
Chime in.
taxes. Trust, I got. Taxes,
Yeah,
fuck
'cause
that.
I went to the state of Minnesota and I
Set up a Minnesota corporation.
the claim the assumed name.
Yeah, I know people have used Minnesota for doing different things. I've never done that piece of it.
It's kind of easy. It's only like $50 too.
Yeah,
It's not bad.
$50 for that, and then
I started out with my estate. So my estate is my social. And then I did my trust. And then I did my foreign grantor. And then I did private banker. And then I just got my sole prop. Because I actually wasn't going to have a sole prop. And then everybody was like, you need a sole prop. And I'm like, all right. But that also gave me that CP 575, the voucher at the bottom to fund it. So I was like, okay, well, then I'll just fund that. Then when I created my trust, I put what was most important to me in the middle, and then I conveyed everything to the outside. So it was like estate trust, and then everything is like layers, because they can breach certain things, but what is most important needs to be the most hidden, the most covered, which would be the estate and trust. To me, that's the way I set mine up. You don't have to, you can set up how you want to set up. Like if everybody on here, there's 55 people in here, if we were all given, say we were all given $100,000 to go to Home Depot and build our house, and just stay with me for numbers sake, we went with $100,000. Every single one of us is going to do something different, right? You may have your master bedroom on the bottom floor because your knees are rickety, or maybe you have your master bedroom up at top on the top floor. Maybe you're in the woods. Maybe you're at the beach. It's all going to be different. So when you're following these processes and people are like, oh, you need to do this, you ain't got to do nothing. You know, some people say, well, do you need a trust to be able to do this? Not necessarily. It just depends on what you want to do. Do you just want your bills to be paid? You don't have to do shit to just have your bills paid. Does it help to have a trust and then start to protect yourself? Yeah, it absolutely does. Because if we are mimicking or fashioning ourselves after what the wealthy do, then we need to kind of act and stylize what we do after them. So if you had that $100,000 on a gift card to go to Lowe's, you know, wouldn't you look at houses that, you know what I'm saying? That like you would start to look, because now you can customize what you want. Do you want a stairwell that goes straight up, or do you want a spiral staircase? You may have the one that goes straight up, but I want a spiral staircase, you know? So it just depends on what you're wanting to do. And then don't feel like, when I first started this, I started to feel like I'm behind everybody. But if something doesn't feel comfortable, don't do it. You know, or sometimes people would start a process, and to me, my discernment would say, that's not right. I don't feel like that's right. For everything that I've read and learned, I don't feel like that's right. So I would sit in the bleachers and I would watch everybody else do their thing. And then some of them wouldn't even get remedy. So I'm like, okay, glad I didn't do that. You know, just like with the New York Melon thing, everybody's like, oh, you just get this account, you just do the New York Melon. To me, that was sneaky snake, because we don't have an account with them. We do, but we don't. You know, so it's almost like stealing, you know, something from, I don't know. It just didn't sit right with me. So I didn't do it, right? I sat in the bleachers and I was like, nah, boo, I'm not doing that. Well, then over time, I started hearing about people getting their accounts closed. I heard about people, like they're coming after them now, or, their bills got kicked back or whatever. So if you have any inkling of a spiritual side and something just doesn't feel right, like it's totally okay to sit on the bleachers for a little bit and just watch. You can be real observant, because some of you guys are watchers. You are the watchers. You're the observants. You're the ones that are just kind of like, you know what? I'm going to sit here and watch this for a while, see how this shit plays out. And then some of you guys, including myself, I'm a doer. I want my boots on the ground, and I'm going to be out here in the streets looking for this shit. I want to talk to the bankers, even if I fuck up the phone call. I want to be able to, that kind of thing, because that's how I learn. So don't ever feel like you're behind, or don't ever feel like you have to have something, because you don't. You ain't got your kitchen because you're just eating radiation, then don't get one. So if people are out here telling that you have to have a certain thing, and I'll yield after I say that, because I feel like I just repeated that shit 3 times, but let that click. You don't have to have that at all.
Yeah, I agree with Lee. I mean, I'm more of a listener and learn a process, and see how it works. That said, I probably won't get remedy as quick as someone as like Lee or Starseed, because they're out there making it happen. But I'll sure have my ears open when they find remedy and say, hey, this worked, and I'll congratulate them, because they are the ones out there breaking the trail. Somebody has to break the trail, and someone has to follow and encourage, and part of that is because I do work an 8 to 5 and have to put in hours and turn in reviews and various things like that. So I don't have the time to dedicate towards this process. But that said, what I do know is, through my listening and through my own experience, is that if you go to court and you don't have a trust is going to be implied through the administrator of that trust, which is the judge. And they love to get in that Sestacuvi trust because they don't have any money. So it's better to have a trust than to have one implied. To have your Social Security locked, and it's just shocking that those county courts could get into Lee's and Star's Sestacuvi trust, even though they have locked it. That's to me, that is darkness. That's a place I wouldn't want to go, because to me that's a breach of their personal trust and things of that nature if it's locked down, and that's an evil that's a little incomprehensible to me personally.
Oh, they are so much more evil than
Yeah,
that.
but it goes to show what kind of it goes to show what kind of business they're operating.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, it's one of those deals where whoever has the gold makes the rules, and that's this nation, and the rule of law has gone out the window. And unfortunately, I'm afraid that if we can't fix this pretty quickly as a nation, we're all in trouble.
Nah, there's
You got
more of
people
us.
standing up.
I
All they
hope
have
that's
is
right.
policies. All they have is policies and procedures.
Yeah,
Because they're not abiding by the law.
sure.
And then, I know like some people think QAnons are kind of crazy, but I did follow, I still do even follow, that movement, just because there was something to it. There was substance to it. And I thought, they're onto something. And they even said that, like, it's a dismantling of the whole system, and the whole system. Yes, there's a higher realms like politicians, and I think the celebrities play a big part in it as far as distraction and that kind of stuff.
Or
But and generating money and also generating rituals and stuff like that. But I also think that once it comes down the canal to more of a lower level, that we're going to notice that this stuff is starting to get cleared out, and we need to go back to the Constitution, and we need to go back to the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, and we need to go back to what our forefathers started.
yeah.
And I think that that's going to happen with this new administration, but
We need
it
to
is
go
going
back
to take
before
time,
Well, it's acquiescence, right? That's what we're best at. Most people are just good at acquiescence. Sign here, just like you learned when you were in first grade. Sign your name in cursive. You can do it, and pay the fine. So
Yeah. But it's all like it's a big web, and it's a big web of lies. And there is, a lot of, we know that we don't fight against flesh and blood. We fight against spiritual realms. And
into that.
yeah, so it's Leviathan, it's Jezebel, it's satanic, it's, all that kind of stuff. Well, we've been programmed for so long to think that something is one way. So now when we hear stuff like this, it is very foreign to us. But we have to start to take the scales off of our eyes and the fluoride off of our pineal gland.
Yeah.
And, and start to realize that we are kings and queens and we're royalty, and God told us that. And we thought it was more of like a metaphor, or it was just like, I don't want to say a joke, but just that it was just like, oh no, we're just royals, we could never be royals. But then once you start down the rabbit hole, you're like, damn, I'm actually royalty. Like, what the hell, So
I guess you saw that joke I told you earlier in the live.
what was it?
It's what you'll find at the bottom of all those rabbit holes, don't you?
What?
A black rock.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and then I found out too, which I thought was kind of interesting, is Taylor Swift's dad
Yeah.
is part of, and how she come up through that, very much of a distraction, because she started out young and she had all the younger girls, middle school.
Oh yes.
She was able to shape them. Well, if Taylor Swift doesn't like it, then I don't like it either. That kind of thing. Yeah. So it's just a ritual. And if you don't know who you are, even in Christ, with Christ consciousness, then yeah, you're going to be swayed super easy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the biggest land grab is in front of us. If this dollar falls apart and people haven't got into crypto and know how all that works and things of that nature. Now, I think there's a chance that we could perhaps go to a gold-backed dollar, but I don't know if it's going to be interesting to see how this next financial crash all.
We are, though. It's here. It's rainbow currency.
Yeah.
Do you know what the ether and gold mixed together is? Ethereum.
Mm-hmm.
Ethereum, huh? That's interesting.
Well, that's what. Tell them, Stars. Tell them what they did up there in the Carolinas. What they were trying to get after.
What? I can't think.
I thought it was you.
Lithium is one.
Yeah, that's what they're digging for. That's what they want.
Yeah.
So they're trying to displace all these people so that they'll leave, so that they can get up there and start stealing.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that doesn't make sense, because there's gold in every bit of the ocean water. When earthquakes happen, gold is formed from the water. That doesn't make sense.
Interesting.
We shit gold. I mean,
Yeah. We are the gold.
we were entrusted to be able to precipitate the precious metals, and that's why we were born in trust.
That's interesting.
And think about it. In gold we trust, or in God we trust? Gold, God? Was it a dialect thing?
Could be. A lot of mysteries.
That's weird. The UPU's in Switzerland?
The Fidelity guy told when I talked to the broker dude, the Fidelity guy told me that that Switzerland is kind of blacklisted. I don't know if it was true or not, but I was kind of like,
I
I'm
read a
going in
thing.
on Fidelity today too. I'm done with them.
I read a thing today that 1 out of every 5 Swiss are millionaires.
yeah. And I did if you look on the isindb.com, I found my ISIN and then it was actually traced out in Switzerland.
Don't surprise me. How
I'm
can a
like,
country that's, as big as a silver dollar stay neutral in World War II, and stuff like that? That's where all the money was running through, and it's just unbelievable that, you know.
Boom. Almost got them all.
You ever been to Switzerland, Lee?
no, sir.
I won't ask Star because she'll probably be there before all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Living in one of those Swiss mansions with her Swiss bank account.
Probably.
And then emailing us saying, just keep working in the post office, you'll figure it out.
I have left so many good breadcrumb trails. Like, I have mapped it out.
I know you have. I need to dive in there deeper, but it's hard.
It is. Trust me, I know. Especially lately, I've just been hitting like a wall, but not really. Like, more in my head, not with like things that I'm still making progress, but my head's just like, nah, I don't want to.
Sean put in there UPU, Bern, Switzerland, under the Bern Treaty of 1874. That was kind of an interesting. Did you see the cover of George Magazine? How it said it was 10 o'clock,
Yes.
10 after 10, and then it said 3 p.m. on there?
Yep.
What do you think that meant?
Was it the Mickey Mouse hands?
Yes.
I mean, obviously, like he's holding, it looks like the 10 and the 3. So I actually wondered if it would be like something that happened on October 3rd.
I died that day.
But then,
I died that day.
Yeah.
I did.
And then I wondered if it had anything to do with maybe March 10th.
I don't know. You had a near-death experience, Star?
Well, no, not. I mean, I did have a near-death experience, but this time, I came up on a wreck, and like when we got there, my husband starts crying because we got stuck in the traffic, and then after that, like I start telling him like what this lady's last thoughts were. I'm like, I was like, she just passed away. I started telling him what her hair looked like, and just all kinds of stuff that like I should not have known. Anyways, that night I had night terrors the entire night, and every time I would fall asleep, I would start screaming, "I'm dying! I'm dying! I'm dying!" Well, then, like right after that, I became like obsessed with getting my car safe. So I have like buckets of food in my car, life straws, stop bleed, toilet paper, blanket, like anything you can think of, I have in my vehicle. And after that, like weird shit started happening. This is what kind of started waking me and my husband up. I mean, we were already awake, but like this really did it. And he looked at me one day and he was like, "Baby, I know what happened." He was like, "We died that day." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay, you're fucking nuts. You've lost your mind now, and I know it." Well, he was like, "Don't Google your name." And well, of course, that was like telling me to go Google my name. So, of course, I did. And it said that I was unalived that same day of that wreck. My name.
You're kidding.
And the girl that was unalived, like, so the person whose actual obituary it was,
Mhm.
Um, she lived in Texas. Well, I used to live in Texas. She has she had two kids. I have two kids. Her kids' names were Louie and Callie. My aunt was the only family relative that I had that lived in Texas with me. Her husband's name's Lou and her cat's name's Callie.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, that gives you chills. That's strange.
Yeah. And the girl's name is Elena. Like her name was Elena.
Oh boy.
It was so crazy. And my husband got a extra driver's license in the mail, but the picture wasn't him. Like it was him, but it wasn't. Like I've got the video on my TikTok.
That's weird.
We don't know where the picture came from because it didn't match any of his IDs.
Hmm.
Yeah. So anyways, that could be the October
The
thing.
Twilight Zone, huh?
Yeah. Well, because there's a portal. I live right outside of places
Wow.
where
I
they
tell
like
you, we don't understand everything that happens on this earth. That's for sure.
mm-mm. Nope.
That's for sure. I can't blame you for having all that stuff in your car, man, just because you live so close to the New Madrid Fault, man. That thing is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, and well, really, I'm way closer, or I'm way more scared of what I'm real close to.
Right.
Like, they've been doing some funky ass shit. I shouldn't, yeah. That
For
place,
another day.
that place perturbs me. Every time I drive past it, I don't care if I'm driving or not, I can't take my eyes off of it. Can't,
You're talking where you did the video, right? Outside of it?
yeah.
Yeah, that's strange.
Like, I've done videos because for like a month straight, or no, for months straight, there was a car broke down within a mile of that area. There was several cars broke down within a mile of that building. And
Hmm.
it was almost like it was the energy because it was nice cars. It wasn't like cars you would expect to be broke down on the side of the road. And then there was one car that they let sit broke down for over a month and a half, right in front of it, basically. I'm sorry, but my car was like 2 miles up the road from that, right at the park. And as soon as my dad came and changed the tire, they towed it.
Hmm.
And it wasn't there for 2 days.
Do you think sometimes, Starseed, that it's not that, like, the car's not actually broke down, that it's
Yes.
more of like a?
Yes.
I think that too.
Paranormal activity going on.
No,
Well,
no, I think it's more of like a landmark, like a,
Oh yeah, they consider it a landmark, I'm sure.
you know,
I don't
'cause,
know.
like, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if anybody watched that video I posted in the chat one day of the airfield. That motherfucking plane disappeared. It went into the earth.
Oh boy.
I got it on video. I posted it in the group. It was like a month ago now. It fucking disappeared.
Hmm.
And that scared me because, well, I know what I think.
Yeah, sometimes I think it's a landmark because, like, you know how they'll, I don't know. The reason why I say that is because there was, I went on vacation one time and there was like a random ass chair on the side of the road. And then like a couple miles down the road, there was another, like, it almost looked like the same one, like I was in a loop.
Hmm.
And it was off to the side of like I-75. But then I started to think that, is it like a landmark for like the bad people to know where to stop and like be? Or is it for like a landmark where bad people know to go into the woods right here? Kind of a thing, like here's where you would enter that. I don't know. My brain, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of unexplainables out there.
Yeah, because I'm Scorpio, so sometimes my brain goes to doom and gloom. But I wonder because there is a lot of trafficking and stuff like that, and then
Oh
there's
yeah.
tunnels and hidden like things, and sometimes I've wondered if it's like I said, like a landmark. Like if I was driving down the road and say I was doing something bad, and the person would be like, "Well, you just need to look for the red, like chair on the side of the road, and that's where you enter into the forest
Mm,
of no return." That's where you take the BODY or whatever. So I don't know.
yeah. Mm.
What is that? Okay. I didn't know that the Bender's Forms books had a whole book on writ of habeas corpuses.
Vendor's farm book.
Bender's Forms. It's a
Oh, Vendor. Yeah, that
LexisNexis.
one. Yeah, you put those forms on the talk. I appreciate you sharing that stuff, man. I'll tell you, you got a wealth of knowledge there when you got those books.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be where I am without it, for real.
Well, it's one of those deals, right? When the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Mm-hmm. And it's like I find the perfect book almost always and I don't do it on purpose, but like I had those books out in my car for 3 months, and like every time I would grab more to bring in, it was like the exact book that I was like needing
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's just the way life is. When your spirit needs something, it's kind of like Lee, that experience you had the other day. That was quite a revelation there. It's just when you need it the worst. That's usually when things appear.
Well, like today, I was like, I had figured out a whole bunch of stuff so I didn't realize that by the judge accepting the writ and telling me to file a civil suit, that was basically him acknowledging that there was wrongdoing.
Yeah.
Um, and so I needed to print off a whole bunch of stuff, and I had zero ink, and I was like, fuck, I don't even have enough money to go get ink. And for some reason, I checked my bank account, and I had gotten a deposit in there today, thank goodness. But it was like I really, really needed it today,
Yeah.
and it was there.
Well, those magistrates have to think about the long-term consequences of people especially those that are learning this process. They know that they will fumble on or stumble on something sooner or later, and the blowback could be tremendous, right?
I've established that they don't really want to fuck with me, but
They don't. No, they don't.
because I'm about
Like I
to hit them
said,
up today.
if it's not today, it could be tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Karma is real, man. That if you live long enough, you've lived through karma. Trust me.
And I honestly tried not to do the bonds. Like I was like, I really just don't want to deal with all that.
Yeah, but it's sometimes that's the only way.
They don't give you any other option.
Yeah,
They're not going to respond to anything else until I have them locked up to where they are not legally allowed to perform until
well,
they release
yeah.
the bond.
Well, they're serious when they're throwing a body in jail for surety. I mean, when you go to that point, you've crossed lines. I mean, they could have left you they could have said, drive home safe and fix your headlight, or buckle up, and slow it down a bit. You know what I mean? I mean, there's always that potential for them to do that, especially
Yeah.
people that aren't trying to I mean, there are those that have intent that is not good, right? I mean, we all know that there's people like that out there, but
But how much of that is not even from their own doing? Because
well,
I
yeah,
I feel like a lot of it is like,
poverty, yeah.
well, not even just that, but I feel like they have control with these frequencies that they're using and stuff. They can,
Oh, they do. Yeah, absolutely. That's another level of, when you're talking about the Maui fires, and I mean, I got to watch what I say, but I mean, yeah, they're, poverty, taxing the poor that wouldn't otherwise be taxed.
But I wonder if some of them, like, the judges or whatever, like, they're so deep into it at this point. We know that they're not judges, they're just administrators, but they would have had to have started out to be an attorney. And at what point did they get so deep into the effery that they realized, like, almost like they couldn't get out? But, like, at one point, I don't know. I just feel like if they know that they're doing something wrong, like, is it hard to get out? Like, do they know that, like, maybe they got some blackmail on them, or maybe they, like, they know that it's wrong, so, but they're scared to speak up on it because they could, like, I don't know, lose their family. I don't know.
Some of it's greed, some of it's, what is it?
Ego.
Ego. Yeah, they're high on their own supply. I mean, it's if you've ever read the Circles of Dante, there's a lot of things that people fall into that you would say, why would they do that? I'm amazed, simply amazed by just the beautiful women on TikTok that their husbands decided to go fool around with somebody else, and I'm like, that's a beautiful woman. Why would you do that to them? Like I said, there's just a lot of places, and maybe it's boredom, maybe it's fame, fortune. I mean, who knows?
I think I'm gonna have to like start getting loud on TikTok soon
What do you mean?
to like start like bringing some attention to the Hardin County Detention Center.
Yeah, that be careful when you go there. I'll tell you, there's people that in high places that they don't have any morals.
Yeah, I do.
Especially in a small town. If you live in a small town in a county where everybody knows everybody, I could tell you a lot of stories. I grew up in a small town, and there's some conniving that goes on in those places, man. And it's not just small towns; it's all towns.
Yeah, I lived in a really small town in South Georgia named Eastman, and we only lived there for like 3 years. But the amount of effery that I saw and witnessed, not only like with the officials, but also like because my kids were in school at that time, like they were in like high school, and my youngest was in middle school, and it was very much a, well, like a popularity contest, because like there was a girl that like her dad was the banker, and then she got special treatment, or there's only two churches, it was the Presbyterians and the Baptists, so the preacher's daughter got special treatment, and that kind of thing. And like my oldest daughter did all-star cheerleading, and if cheerleading, she had her round off backhand spring full. Well, when she came to the school, they only had layouts, which was like a level 4, where she was a level 5. And I remember her coming home and being like, Mom, like, I'm a level 5 outdoing these girls, but how am I in the back? Why am I not why am I not the flyer? Like, cause she was used to being the flyer and in front of the squad. And here she is in the back and she's a base and she's like, and she's just like, this is crazy. But they would have like the girl that could not do a tumbling pass at all. like looked like a damn spider on the gym floor.
Yeah.
No form at all, and she would be the one right in the front. And they're about to go to like state. And my oldest daughter would just be floored at, well, her mom's a teacher, so that's why we're going to put her in the front. And she's just
Yeah.
like, oh my God.
Well, I've been through all that with kids in sports. Yeah, that's
Yeah, my daughter would come
horrible.
home pissed.
Yeah.
She doesn't even know how to tumble. She looks like a fucking daddy long leg. And I'm like, okay, like, I feel like you're slandering the hell out of the kid now. That's not, But
Yeah.
it was because, they grew up in that town and, like her mom was the principal or, that kind of thing. So of course she got special acknowledgement, and I'm just like,
Yeah. Did you see in the comments, All Rights Reserved says he has or he or she has an emergency case that needs assistance?
no, I didn't see it. Y'all are on my iPad and it's just sitting right next to me. I've been on the computer searching these forms.
Something about just in case I missed something.
If it's who I think he is, he can email me, or he has my cell number. I think it is.
All Rights Reserved.
I think so.
All right.
I think I
guess-
know who that is. Yeah, he can just message.
I was just scrolling through. I wanted to make sure that if anybody was, because I hang out and comment sometimes, and
Well, that's why I
That's
typically give out my cell number because I really cannot check Instagram, TikTok, Telegram,
oh yeah,
like I can't, and so if you have my cell number, I'll get it a hell of a lot quicker than if you put me in Telegram because I won't get it. I have too many messages.
It'll take me like a
Right.
year to find it.
Really, really.
yeah,
I don't think people understand.
No, they
Until
don't.
you're
They get
there.
mad. They get mad, and it's not truly to be disrespectful. It's just, you kind of get lost in the sauce. I don't, that's why I'm like, here, just text me.
Well, you guys you have a lot of knowledge, and there's a lot of people that unfortunately, even though they have good desires and want to study, it just sometimes it's easier to say, hey, what do you know about this?
Well, and a lot of times, I mean, it just doesn't click. Like I've heard the same thing over and over and over again.
Right.
It just takes hearing it a different way from somebody, and then it's
Exactly.
like, oh, shit.
Yep.
And I think that's why a lot of people like to come to my videos and lives and stuff because I take it and break it down the way that I had to learn it,
Exactly. Well, and the other thing is that you don't say, hey, for $250, I'll give you the information I've found. That you freely give, and I need to bend your ear at some point in time, Star, and make it right with you and your family.
It's getting there.
Carving the time is the only thing, and the other thing is that I don't want to bother you when you're in a battle,
Yeah. But it's today is the day.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that. Age of Aquarius, man, everything's changing.
I would be so disheartened if it wasn't but it is. So
It'll be fine.
yeah.
You're going to get your remedy. You're going to get that bond money, It's going to happen for you. I know it will.
Oh, I'm not stressing about him. I'm stressing about the other part of the day.
It wouldn't be a day if there wasn't a little, pressure, right?
Oh yeah. But now I have to wait until 2:30. I got like 11 more hours.
Well, get some rest before you go in there so your mind's sharp. And
Oh no, I would never wake up. I am the worst about waking up. Like I will sleep.
my luck is I'd fall asleep an hour before it happened. I'm going to probably sign off, Star. I appreciate the chat and the time. Like I said, my thoughts and prayers will be with you tomorrow. I know that you're going to find your issues to resolution, and
Oh yes.
all the best there.
And I will share the light whenever I make it.
I know you will. I'm not worried about that at all. I know you will, and I know that you'll help a lot of people before it's all said and done.
Absolutely.
Same way with Lee. I know that she's going to be flying in that Lear one of these days and won't be long.
That's crazy. Sooner than we think.
Exactly.
I'll probably hop off here too. I'm anxious. I'll probably like go take a shower or
I hear
try
you.
to put stuff together and make it look presentable and not like it's just all thrown together.
Well, like I said, I got a good feeling for you, so it's all going to happen.
Oh yes, it is. I'm just not a patient person.
Well, yeah, that's a virtue that's sometimes hard to come by.
Yeah. But you guys have a good night.
Thanks, Star.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off too. Star, I'll catch up with you tomorrow because I need to be a little fly.
Because you're going to be in my purse.
Yeah. Tomorrow's a big day, or today. Today is a big day for her, so I'm excited to hear about
And we
it.
might as well really just do that because if not, like, you're going to be like, and what'd you say? And I'm going to be like, I don't know. And you'd be like, come on,
I
Star.
wonder if you can call me and then just stick me in your purse
Well, that's what I'm saying. Or I do have that recorder too. So I
Yeah,
can,
just turn on the voice memo.
on your phone. I did that in a car dealership one time, and it must have scrambled it. Like it didn't even record.
Really?
Yeah. I tried to do that. I tried to take y'all on a field trip with me, but it just didn't even.
They probably have that on purpose.
Scrambler. Yeah, I thought so too. So anyway, I'm gonna drop down. You guys have a good night. Love y'all.
Lee, have a good one. We'll see you
y'all
guys.
have a good one.
Have a good night. Bye.
Oh.